How is it going, everybody? It's Riley's Red Zone here, back for day 2 of the NFL Draft in 2022. I'm very excited to see how tonight goes. Last night was a great time. Thank you to all of you that joined the stream. Tonight, we are reacting today to the rounds 2 and 3. Last night was just round 1, and it was an eventful round 1. And I think that will continue tonight. You know, a lot of things, I wouldn't say too much of it was predictable. I think a lot of it was pretty unpredictable, even the first pick. I think certainly a headline of last night was one QB getting taken in the first round, and not until 20th overall as well. So that kind of, sets with the trend that we expected, which is that the QBs weren't necessarily great in this class. But to see that confirmed was certainly interesting to see. So tonight, there's a lot of great players on the board still at a variety of positions. I wouldn't say as bad in the past. There's some great players out there, but I feel this year, because it is a little bit of a weaker class, there isn't anybody crazy. I mean, there's big surprises, specifically at the QB position, but I wouldn't say there's any absolute, top 10 player, sticking out there as a guy that's available in the draft. So QBs, once again, on a headline. We have a lot of players out there. And let's actually take a look at who I have. Some guys just listed here on this list are the top players available going into the draft tonight. I think these are all players that I could easily see getting picked tonight. I would expect them all to get picked. If they don't, you might start getting a steal going into day 3. So you can see here the QB position absolutely loaded with talent still available. 5 of the top 6 guys, and we can end up looking at that too. Actually, let's just jump into that quick. The QB position, only Kenny Pickett got chosen, and for me, he was my 4th QB. I would have taken him 5th. I was critical of that choice last night, and I know that Kenny Pickett might be, if you actually look at this list, the best QB right now in the draft, but I just don't personally think he's ever going to hit the upside. My comp for him was Mitch Trubisky, and I just am very critical of a team picking Trubisky to be their quarterback in free agency, and then spending their capital, a top 20 draft choice, on the same player, in my opinion. I would have much rather them. They didn't need to go Malik Willis or anything, but you see even right now, the second round is totally available. They could have traded back and I think still gotten Kenny Pickett. So I am looking. Carson Strong is going to be a very interesting story to me tonight because he is my number 1 QB. He has some injury concerns, but ignoring that, he is the best QB I have available out there. And I honestly don't think he'll get picked till at least the 3rd round. There's a chance he slips into day 3 tomorrow. And that would be quite crazy, but I definitely think that it could happen. Sam Howell at QB, a guy I thought maybe would sneak in there into the 20s, now to me is perfect value in the 30s. I think you're getting a very solid player at that. I thought his value was somewhere in maybe the 25 to 30 range. So I think at this point you're getting a good value if you were to pick Sam Howell. Malik Willis has the biggest upside by far in this class. That's why I would have taken him as the first QB, even though he comes in at number 3 as the overall rankings. I would have taken him first. So he's still out there, the great upside. Looking at the board, though, what's crazy is if you look at the teams picking, really, there isn't a QB really, really needing team until Seattle with their back-to-back picks. They also, the draft starts tonight with 3 teams that have experienced QBs that could potentially choose a new QB, but 2 of the 3 teams just picked one in last year's draft. So I don't think it would make very much sense for the Bucs or the Vikings to take a QB. As a Vikings fan myself, I think it would be interesting to see the Vikings pick a QB, but the problem is, at least if they were thinking about this, and they should be, if, they're a good, front office, I should say this is more from a predicting aspect. I don't think they're going to take a QB here, because they honestly could have still gotten seen in this spot at 34, and they could have gotten an extra 5th-year option if they went with a QB with the 32nd pick versus now you don't. So I personally don't think they're going to do it. I think they'll look on the defensive side. But who else have we? Matt Corral, super high upside also. I could have seen him kind of jumping into the first round, but that did not happen. He has some of the best tape I watched, and some of the worst game I've ever seen a QB was his game against Arkansas in 2020. Absolutely, a poor performance, but I think he offers the upside. He's like a quick Jameis Winston is what I compared him to. And I'm not a huge Desmond Ridder guy. He shows up later for me. He's, for me, a worse version of Dak Prescott at best, is what I would say. So I personally just don't think he's a mobile QB, which is great, but I just don't see a ton from the passing game. So I that's what I kind of get from the QBs. You get 5 out of 6 available. You're gonna have your choice. The question is gonna be, when does when does that beginning run start to happen? So going back to the best available, let's go back into the macro perspective here. Looking at, I have no idea what's happening on the draft right now. Somebody's just upside down doing something. I have it muted so it doesn't get on the stream, but Goodell's out there now. But so there's the QBs though. You see those 5 on my list here. The running backs, all running backs still available. Your top 2 probably being Breece Hall and Kenneth Walker. I expect both of them to be picked at some point tonight. Receiver, still a ton of options for teams that missed out in the first round. You look at a team like Green Bay, are they going to jump into the mix here? A lot of the guys I would have thought about picking for their choices are still available. In a variety of skill sets. I'd say majority deep threats available, but a few physical receivers and some jump ball guys. I threw in Trey McBride as a tight end. No tight ends taken. So you're really seeing some certain positions, I think, dominate this draft, specifically the edge rush. And that kind of accounts for some non-dominant choices in other positions, like only seeing 1 QB so far, and no running backs, no tight ends. Those are overall weaker classes in all of those positions. And as I said, edge, that makes up, I put an even amount of offensive players and defensive players. And as you can see there, edge just absolutely dominates the board. I have 6 players as my top players available to choose. And the edge rush room, though, has started tonight to become very filled with quick players. I don't think you're going to have a lot of power options with Karlaftis gone. So they're all going to be kind of those twitchy, fast edge rushers available. Travis Jones is a physical player for the D-line, strong. Nakobe Dean might be maybe the highest ranked player available for a lot of people. He can flash all over the field. He's able to really stand out on film as running around, and I honestly thought, I rewatched today to get back into it a little bit. Like I rewatched the highlights of the players that didn't get picked, and honestly, there's a chance Nakobe Dean was a better pass rusher at Georgia than Travon Walker, who went number 1, and that's not even his main position. Leo Chenal as well at Wisconsin, great linebacker available. We got Andrew Booth at corner, probably the best available, but he did deal with, apparently I heard today, maybe there was a medical concern. That might be why he slipped out of the first round. Jalen Petre, a slot corner, which is why he might go down a bit, but very athletic, had great 40 time. He's in the mix. Jaquan Brisker had to get a safety in there. The safeties, we had 3 go last night. And then Brian Asamoah as well at linebacker. I threw in there at the end. He's kind of a tier below everybody else. So I think all those guys are available right now. And let's take a look at what we're looking for with the Tampa Bay Bucks, who now have 5 minutes left on the clock. They did not make a choice in last night's draft. So, looking at what is out there, potentially the D-line, I think could be a solid choice. So, I think that Travis Jones might be a solid choice for them. Otherwise, you could maybe... What else do they really need? A third? I mean, that would be crazy if they got a third linebacker. If they got like Nakobe Dean, that would be quite something to see. But I think that more so their D-line is a big need for them. Also looking at the offensive line, maybe the guard spot, but I just don't think there's very much offensive line value right now. Even what's there, like I'd say that your tackle now have better value. Bernard Raymond, for example, out of Central Michigan. I think that the tackles now, we had a run last night on linemen, and you're really going to have tackles. There's more better tackles available than there are like guards and centers. So I think they're solid at center. They could use a guard, though. Losing Ali Marpet and Alex Kappa definitely hurts them a lot. They do bring in Shaq Mason, which was great for them, but they still, in my opinion, could use a guard opposite that. They really could go tight end at some point. I think they gained a pick last night, so like maybe that second choice or their third round pick, they could go tight end. They haven't re-signed Gronk yet. But this team is still in a great position to succeed next year. I think they're solid at running back, at receiver. I don't think they'll go QB in tonight's draft. So the Bucks, I think, could go D-line. They are taking their time with the pick. They're entering 3 minutes here. I think Travis Jones out of UConn might be the choice, potentially, looking at who's available and what fits their needs, although Nakobe Dean would absolutely be close to completing this defense. Corner could be interesting, but I think they're fine there. This team is still really, really good, as they at least attempted to replace most of the players they lost. So even like at the safety spot, you lose Jordan Whitehead, but you get Logan Ryan and Keanu Neal, which Neal, we'll see whether they use him at safety or linebacker. He could potentially be that third linebacker. The pick is in, so they did make a choice. Once again, I think they would maybe look to go D-line here. I just think the value is not quite there at offensive line for them to make a choice like that. So the pick is in. Wait, the Bucks look to be in position. I think it seems like it was a good move to trade down. They don't have that many dire needs, so trading back and still getting a solid player, we'd assume here, is a great decision to do that. That's perfect of what they're looking for. Is to just get value, because they honestly don't need that much to keep this team rolling and improve. They're still close. They were a few games away last year. We got the fans getting excited. Trying to think of other takeaways. I think some teams, and it went back today when I was adding, you'll see all the changes to the depth charts based on I added all the rookies. a lot of teams had a lot of picks last night. You saw a lot of teams with multiple picks. For example, the Jets going up and getting 3 guys. They came out as winners, and the Giants. I think the biggest play last night, still to me, was the Giants. Looking at, unless maybe they had Thibodeau higher the whole time, even if they didn't, they made the smartest decision I saw last night, which is where they had their choice and only one team in between. And there were 2 top tackles available and an edge rusher. And they were going to get 2 to 3. And even though tackle was a bigger need, it was much smarter for them to take Thibodeau because a team could have traded up or even a team after them chosen him. And then you still got one of the 2 tackles. You know, Ekwonu left, which maybe if you liked Ekwonu more, but if those 2 were similar, you still got Evan Neal, and it was great value. So it was teams like that did really well. So now the Bucs make their first choice. And here it is, Logan Hall. So they do go defensive line. They go with Logan Hall out of Houston. They did go with that position. So he's going to fill in right there. They bring in Deidre Senat. So let me just pull up the Logan Hall. So I'm keeping track of who is available on this here. But so Logan Hall, he's going to play there at defensive tackle, maybe compete to be right with Villa, a 6'2", 283 junior. He lines up pretty much just inside is where he's going to fit in well on this defense. That works great for them. And has the strength, goes great with Villa. This seems like a really good pairing for them. So the Bucs do exactly what they need, and they are such a good team. And whoa, my goodness. The Vikings, again, have just traded with a division rival. 2 times now, they have decided to trade down, and both times with a division rival. At this point, watch out for them going with the Bears. And they've traded it to the Green Bay Packers. Could they be heading up for a receiver here? Perhaps. That would be an interesting move. Wow. This is quite interesting, I would say, overall. The pick is already in. I mean, I would like to think that for Rodgers' sake and for their sake, going with a receiver here would make a lot of sense. You have your options. They could get Christian Watson. I think George Pickens would be a perfect choice for them, a great fit. Wow, this is very intriguing to see. I think I'm actually going to try something, chat, that I'm going to update the depth charts potentially. This might be bold. This might be a really bold move. But I'm going to try to update the best available and the depth charts as the night goes on so we can keep track of what players have already been picked, because now we're going to get to the point where it's going to be a little bit more difficult to remember who has been chosen, so that we don't duplicate when I'm predicting who and what positions of need. So I'm going to add Logan Hall in here. I think he's going to be he's like their 4th best D lineman right now, which means he might get a chance to potentially get in the rotation there. So we're going to save that. The pick is in for the Packers. So what do they need? I would think receiver here has to be the move. I mean, they solved their... I think they need some line too. They solved their linebacking potential issue. I really think you have to go guard or receiver. And they have, I think that's Aaron Jones out there. I would think that receiver is where they would look to go here. I would really think, but you never know. There's a chance not, but I that's where I think. So the Packers, on the selection here, we're about to find out who they're going with. Let's see if it's a receiver. I'm going to get the Packers open here. And they go with Christian Watson. congratulations. The Packers have just recovered greatly. If there was any doubt before with their draft, which I certainly think there was because, a lot of doubts. We'll have to see what the Vikings got also in that trade. But, wow, they finally go out there and they solve their receiving issue. And they go out and get Christian Watson. So he's going to fit in perfectly as a tall receiver, which is great because all they have is, yards after catch guys. So we fill him in there. So Christian Watson goes right here. A 6'5" guy, deep threat, and also pretty good with the ball in his hands. I was shocked to see with his size that they primarily used him. He was a great deep route runner. And I think he could potentially still get better at his overall routes. But Watson, really, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can add here. A physical, like a size and speed, great combination, really. I'm just trying to find my note card for Christian Watson. But I know he's 6'5", good frame. Yeah, deep threat. So the big concern potentially is the level of competition. He didn't play that much against top receivers, but I think that this makes sense. And you look at that list right there, the second round receivers, they've hit on them historically. So Christian Watson is a great choice for the Green Bay Packers. Congratulations on that draft choice. That makes a lot of sense. Now the pick is in for the Titans, so let's go ahead and let's talk about the Tennessee Titans. The Packers finally solved their issue. And so now, let me fill in here. So we had Logan Hall, and then Christian Watson goes off the board. And the Titans are up, ready to make their draft selection. So they filled in the wide receiver need. Potentially, maybe another. Maybe a linebacker. I think if they could get Nakobe Dean here, I think Nakobe Dean would be a steal of a selection and a solid choice for their team. I think that would make a lot of sense. Let's see here. The selection. And they go with a corner. They go with Roger McCreary. I think that works well for them. That's a need. They picked Farley last year. They had Fulton before that. I'm going to fill him in. Yes, I think that Molden can play like a slot role for them. And then they have Farley and Fulton still. So let's see where he fits in here. I think that's a solid choice. Let me remember correctly where McCreary lined up. I know he really burst onto the draft scene with a great game against Jamar Chase last year. That's how McCreary jumped his way into being a top draft selection. And so he's matched up against the best. And solid at gaining leverage. Not particularly great at the speed or zone coverage, but I think that having that experience and kind of a solid fluid movement are valuable skills going to the NFL here. So that's a solid choice for the Tennessee Titans overall. Let's see. I mean, we're on commercial, so I can't see who is next in the draft. Let's see. But okay, so Roger McCreary goes. He was PFF's 59th overall player. So a quote-unquote reach, but not by much, really. So we're really seeing no crazy. I think Christian Watson made sense as a choice for the Green Bay Packers as a guy that maybe had a chance going round one. But besides that, I'm really thinking that there wasn't that much surprise. Sorry, the opposite. Like, we're having quite a bit of surprise. Like, Logan Hall and Roger Mccreary, both players that we knew would get picked today, but not maybe this early. So it's just interesting to see how I think the QBs just keep on slipping. Really, that's really what's happening. Wow, so the Jets choosing again. Let's take a look at what they have on their side. So last night they made 3 choices and they won the draft last night, and I can't believe they're already picking again. That seems pretty crazy. But so let's open the Jets. So they bring in a receiver. Don't need running back. I think they're fine at tight end. A right tackle could make sense here. They could get Raymond from Central Michigan could potentially make sense. Otherwise, like, their interior is solid. Their edge rush, they're solved. I like their D-line. Linebacker. Oh, Nakobe Dean's still out there. I think Nakobe Dean, I might just keep on saying that, but Nakobe Dean is falling for whatever reason. I guess we don't know why. And they trade up again, it looks like, actually, with the Giants from originally. So we're already seeing some trades be made, and the Jets, again, just saying, let's go up to the top of the draft, and they're going to end up with 4 top 36 choices. That is very, very solid. For players-wise, I haven't really been able to look at all the compensation to grade that, but seems to me like they have some players they like, and if those are their guys, like, could you imagine if they add Nakobe Dean to this draft class? The Jets might be absolutely turning this team around. And I going into the draft, I thought this team didn't really have any major needs besides corner, and they kind of solved that with Sauce Gardner. So this position, I think if they could get Nakobe Dean, seal that linebacker room, the Jets are looking like a really good team. I know the right tackle position isn't phenomenal, but besides that, this could be a potential push for a playoff position here. If not within like a few years, because Zach Wilson is great. Wow, and they go with Breece Hall. They go with a running back. Wow, that is a shocker. Rest in peace, Michael Carter's fantasy hopes. Breece Hall is in town in New York. Okay, that is a shocker to me. I was not thinking that is something we'd be looking at tonight as a potential possibility, is this choice by the Jets. Let me add this to the screen. So Breece Hall goes. Now, Breece Hall was very good catching the football at Iowa State. And that works great for Zach Wilson and this offense. He's really good at the cutting. Like, he's great at making jump cuts. I was really surprised. And he has a great spin move, too, when he uses it. It's actually very, very impressive. He just outruns players with his jump cuts. He has great vision to just see where it's going and then, make a cut into the opposite side of the field. And it really has worked well for him. So that's such a surprising choice, though, I got to say, for the Jets. I just don't know if running back is what they needed, but hey, if they apparently liked him as a player, I'm gonna respect the team for choosing who they like. But that is a very surprising choice by the New York Jets, and giving up more capital to get him too. You have to think then. I personally think I think that there was a gap with Breece Hall being the best running back. So now we're going to look at the Texans. Really could use almost anything. They go with Jalen Petrie. So they double up on corner. And, I can see that as making sense. Where am I going to slide him in? He's going to be the slot. I'm going to slide him in as behind Steven Nelson. So Pitre from Baylor is listed as a safety. Also interesting to see that they pick him as a safety. He played exclusively. Where do I wanna? You know what? Then I'm actually gonna list him as a safety here, but no, he's really gonna be a slot guy. That's kind of what Desmond King does, though, right? Maybe they want to convert him to safety full time. That could definitely be a move. But so Pitre though, very fast, exclusively slot experience at Baylor, which is intriguing because you don't see many players like that getting picked super high in the draft, and this is relatively high, I would say. But he fits that role. Now, I feel like Desmond King already and Steven Nelson both can kind of do that, but we'll add Pitre in here. I added him in at safety because that's what they announced. And the Falcons move up. Could we be talking QB time? Is it Malik Willis opportunity here for the Falcons? Okay, so that's not an overly surprising pick. I would say for the Texans, it is, but like not crazy. I think that the Breece Hall choice is a bigger surprise. Yeah, he's good in space, great speed for Pitre. So now the Falcons on the clock. Could they be moving up for a QB right ahead of Seattle? That might be what they're doing. I think they may have just jump cut Seattle, and they might get their choice of a QB, which I would think would be Malik Willis, but you never know here. I feel like they could use a quick QB like Mariota. It'd be a great guy to mentor under Mariota for a little bit of time first. And so I think that makes solid sense for them to maybe make that selection. They're on the clock. Let's take a look at the Falcons. So they bring in Mariota. They last night bring in Drake London, fix the receiving issue. Still not great at the receiver room. I would not be surprised to see a choice be made at receiver again in this draft, maybe in the third round or so. But I think if they want a QB, now would be the time to do that. So let me catch up a bit here on this, seeing who's the top. So I mean we're starting to get some top players go off the board. So Malik Willis sitting there for Atlanta if they want him. It's really up to them. So I think that's what I would do if I were the Falcons. I would likely go there. I would go in that direction. Malik Willis, high upside player. He'd be the first QB I would take in this draft. I think that makes a lot of sense for them. So we will have to see. I might end up at some point updating the best available, but I think I'm just going to leave it for tomorrow. I'm just going to keep the guys we had there. So a lot of top guys available. Still, let me put that on the screen again. Trying to do a lot of editing on the fly. Get the best available here. So a few guys off the board. I don't think I forgot to take anybody off yet so far out of this list. And here comes the selection for the Falcons. And okay, ready to make the pick. I'm fully expecting QB here. Although anything else they really edge rusher. I could easily see edge rusher actually. But I feel like trading up, you're going for a QB because there are so many edge rushers still just sitting out there. I'm hoping I get the film board set up here. I'm hoping because literally if they pick any QB, I think besides Ritter, I have highlights ready to go and discuss. Okay, this is a long. Okay, Malik. No? Okay, I still can't hear yet. Well, still can't read. Okay, we're going to have somebody else make the pick. Here we go. Let's see what the Falcons are up to. Let's see what the Falcons are up to in the draft. I have to think QB. And the answer is... And they go with an edge rusher. They do need it. They go with Arnold Ebiteki. Okay. That's a solid. They needed that. I'm interested to see that they traded up for him. He was, I'd say, the best edge rusher available, though. So that makes sense. They had a huge need at edge rusher. Perhaps pound for pound, a much bigger need than quarterback even. It was that position opposite. They would have needed to start Ogundeji, who they took in the 6th round last year out of Notre Dame, to start, which I think he could eventually be a play, but I wouldn't want to do that right away. So Ebiteki will slide in right there opposite Lorenzo Carter. They bring him in from New York. So they basically swapped Lorenzo Carter and Dante Fowler. And I like them bringing in here Ebiteki. So Ebiteki's going to win with speed. That's what he's going to do. Not necessarily a power player, but had a lot of production at Penn State. Yeah, I think this is a solid choice. A great value. Yeah, where is this dude? I'm trying to find the... Okay. Here we go. I'm trying to think if I'm forgetting anything else. Yeah, basically twitch length. Not going to win with power, but it's great opposite Lorenzo Carter in this scheme. In this nice 3-4 scheme I believe they're still running. So that's a solid choice for the Falcons. Okay, so that was 38, I think, right there. Okay, so Ebiteki's off the board. And so the Bears, the Chicago Bears, are on the clock. Making their first draft choice of the evening. So let me just cross off. So Ebiteki was probably, I would say, the 2nd best overall defensive player available on the board. Yeah, I would say overall probably the best edge rusher. So let me update. Let's take a look at that again now. With that updated, a lot of great players out there. The QB still. Seattle, I think, will be the turning point because the Bears won't pick one here. Seattle, I think, will be the turning point in this draft with the QBs because they're going to have back-to-back choices. And, this is interesting because they can get a QB, and let's look at what else. I kind of want to look ahead. Well, let's look at the Bears first. So what do the Bears need? They don't need a QB, good at running back. Receiver, huge need. I think they would have liked a Christian Watson, but, the Packers went up and stole it. Tackle, still in play. Maybe center. I don't think there's center value here. Could go edge. I like Travis Gibson, but, it's been a few years since they picked him. They spent a lot of money, like, on Justin Jones. Who is it they tried to sign? I think they originally... ended up signing a different player, and then he, didn't pass the physical. So then they ended up going with Justin Jones. So as a kind of backup option, I think he works out here. They lose Eddie Goldman and Bilal Nichols. So I think that could be a position of need. Linebacker too. Now I would be interested to see here. Losing Danny Trevathan. Nakobe Dean, a lot of Roquan Smith comps coming out of Georgia. Maybe you pair him with Roquan Smith and get a great linebacking duo there in the Windy City. Corners, this defense is in bad shape, believe it or not. Wow. This team, honestly, I feel bad for Justin Fields right now. They have this is so surprising because they have so many young pieces, but just the surrounding. Like they have Fields, Montgomery, and Herbert, Mooney, Komet, Jenkins, all, and Whitehair still's pretty young. Like all young players, but then that defense is struggling. Roquan and Jermaine Johnson and maybe Eddie Jackson are really the only bright spots. I mean, Robert Quinn's decent, but up there in age right now. Wow, this is actually, I'm surprised. I did not know that the Bears defense is in this toughest shape. So that is interesting to see. So I don't know who they should go with here because they almost have too many needs to count. So in this situation, the value really isn't there at safety unless you go Brisker. Corner's starting to fall unless you go with Booth. I think that Kobe Dean still makes a lot of sense, or maybe Travis Jones. There's so many edge rushers that you can still get one. They're picking again relatively soon. So I think they should either maybe solve a tackle issue, maybe go receiver. But I think Nakobe Dean would also make a lot of sense for them to go with. Is that Matt Forte? Yup, I have not seen Matt Forte in a minute. That's one of the guys when I started watching football was like a pretty good player. Matt Forte. Remember when he signed with the Jets? And they go Kyler Gordon. Wow. They go with Kyler Gordon out of Washington at corner. I'm going to slide him in there right behind Jordan Johnson. Okay, here we go. Save it in there. So Kyler Gordon slides right in there. So let me search up Kyler Gordon to add him off of the available list. So Kyler Gordon, has really, let me double check the snap counts, has played a bit of everything. He's played some slot. He's played some corner positions as also. So that kind of offers versatility. That makes sense with what the Bears maybe are looking for. And it's solid at kind of his speed position and maybe a little slow to react in his awareness, kind of, I would say. But the physical athleticism traits are there. So going to the Windy City, Kyler Gordon. And next on the clock is Seattle for 2 picks in a row. Normally when you have picks like this, you could use them both, but I feel like a majority of the time you could use them both to trade up, but they obviously didn't. They could use both of them they could trade down one of them. Wow. Okay, now this is crazy. People were talking about picking Malik Willis at 9 for the Seahawks. And he's over 30 picks later, still available. That's certainly an option. Offensively, I just don't think the value's there at center. They could go another tackle, but I'd rather them. I applaud the Seahawks greatly, and it looks even better right now, for not going with a QB in the first round. Because look at this. Now they get Charles Cross, and they're going to still have pretty much any choice they want. And I think Malik Willis is a great fit for this team. So now the question is here, do they make 2 picks or do they look to trade back? Could they use even 2 players? On paper, I'd say you can always use players, but maybe at corner, but a corner just went. So the value is not there unless you go with Andrew Booth. Wow. We got Kyler Gordon's like Lynn Swann back in the day. Let's see, we got, or maybe we got just highlights of different. So he's there. Okay. So what do the Seahawks do here? 2 draft picks. Do they trade one? do they go with 2 players? I think they should go with a QB with one of them. And it really doesn't matter because they control both choices. So, QB is a need. I think they could use another tackle, but they at least picked Charles Cross. And that really is good for them. So I don't think they need to pick one immediately. The center depth is not there. They've swung at the board quite a bit at edge rusher, but they could go with another one. They bring in a lot of defensive line depth. Don't think another linebacker. Okay. I really think that the Seahawks could end up dominating this draft if they took Malik Willis and Nakobe Dean right here. And that might just be, let's get the best players off the board. But I think the other positions they need besides QB and linebacker just don't have value right now. I think they'd be better off waiting for a little bit of a later pick. So, is QB in discussion here? I really think it is. I think they go Malik Willis and Nakobe Dean is what I would do. Watch out, though. I honestly don't know how good Seattle is going to be next year. You get a QB but the thing is, I wonder, it's Pete Carroll. He's older now. He's towards the end of his tenure, I would think. Does he want to mess around with the rebuild here? Because I truly think if they took Malik Willis, there's a chance he starts over Drew Lock. I don't know if you want to do that, though, because he needs time, but I'd be confident playing him enough. I think Kenny Pickett was the most ready, but obviously he's off the board. So I think the Seahawks, we're about to find out, and they go with Boye Mafe from Minnesota. So I threw out the possibility of them going edge rusher, and it looks as though that is what just occurred. They have another choice. I would think they keep it. So they like Mafe out of the edge rushers available. I'm going to add him here to the graphic. So Boye Mafe. I think he might already... I'm going to place him above Darrell Taylor right now. He could potentially... They'll compete for that spot. But they bring in Uchenna Nwosu, which was a good pickup. But now let's add him in here. So now you fill in with Boye Mafe right there. And so they need still a QB or a linebacker. They're starting to fill out this defense, though. So they swing at the board again, basically, is what they're saying with edge rusher. Look at all of these players, including then bringing in Nwosu, are just shots at the dartboard. Really. They haven't exactly hit yet, I would say. So does it look like they have another pick in? Yes, it does. So the next pick is in. Maybe it's a QB. I think QB makes sense, but here we go. Selection. Now, it would be nuts if they pass on a QB both times. That would be quite a plot twist. But Boye Mafe is a twitchy player. He's going to be fast off the edge. They're just taking another chance at the board. And they go with a running back. They go with Kenneth Walker. Wow. So Boye Mafe, though, great hands, great frame. Now they go with Kenneth Walker. They gotta pick and choose. I am really confused with how they perceive their running backs because they've had Chris Carson do really well for them, but he got hurt last year. And it took them a bit to get a decent player in there. They were playing like Alex Collins some weeks, which is never good. But they eventually, I thought, finally figured it out with Rashad Penny. They bring him back. But now they pick Kenneth Walker. So I think it is true here. Seattle's just going to I think they might go this whole draft without a QB. Otherwise, I'm saying I would love them to take Carson Strong if they have a third-round pick. I don't know if they do have a pick there, but... Am I tripping here? Did Minnesota move back again? Am I seeing that incorrectly? I think I feel like they did. So Boye Mafe off the board and Kenneth Walker. Now, Kenneth Walker, I will tell you this. I rewatched his highlights today. I don't know how he does what he does. If that sounds, I know that sounds crazy, but it's like he is not the fastest you've ever seen. He is decent out of the backfield receiving, but he just gets the job done. I mean, he has great vision and great elusiveness. His missed tackle percentage, I haven't looked at if there's a stat for that for this year for him, but I think it would be off the charts. I mean, he just makes guys miss the tackles, for whatever reason. So, an interesting choice. I'm interested to see whether he'll kind of already go above Chris Carson on the depth chart. I'm updating here now. The top players available. So now we're starting to cut down. I think I'm just going to use this tonight as ironically, it's staying even right now with the players put. I can eventually add more players to this perhaps as we're going along, but I think I'm going to kind of roll with it for a while. So how many, about like maybe 6 players out of I think I ended up putting, what would that be? Like kind of 32 players or so on here. So we're starting to get those players off the board. Okay, I think the Vikings, the Seahawks went an interesting route here. I think they really could have come out better than what they just did. But let's look at it again. So I think in a dream world they could have ended up with a QB if they really wanted. And now I'm not opposed to them. I'm glad they didn't take him in the first round. I'm really glad they didn't take a QB in the first round. But I think they could have potentially taken one right there if they wanted. So to me, this proves I don't think they're going to take one. Let me know if you know they have a 3rd round pick or not. They still could maybe go there, but at that point after that, it's not worth taking a chance on anybody. So this tells me Pete Carroll not in it for a rebuild. And so it makes sense they're trying to pick ready now players. I think the Kenneth Walker pick is the most confusing. The Mafe pick is not bad at all, actually. I think they could have done like a little more, but Mafe makes sense. I threw it out right before the pick. They've swung at the board at edge rusher. I don't know if they've really landed yet between Darrell Taylor and LJ Collier. So I think like a Boye Mafe upside quick player makes sense to go opposite Nwosu, but yeah, I would completely agree with that statement. This proves I'm not upset at the Seahawks not picking QB. I totally get that. The most confusing pick I think so far was the Kenneth Walker. Okay, did the Vikings, what have they done? I know they traded back. They trade back up. I'm a little confused by that. If that's what they really did, as it seems like that is what they're doing to me. Okay, so they got 53 and 59. They're still picking later, but they're moving up. Nope, now they just switched the graphic. So what is this? So they have to still have 59 then. I think the Vikings still have to have pick 59. And now they have the pick in. So the Vikings going with Lewis Cine as their first choice. Let's see what they do now. The pick is in. Okay, this is... Okay, so the Vikings. Lewis Cine. They trade, so I don't know about... Kwesi is going for the trades. I mean, he's just going all out for him, but I don't know if he's really getting good value out of him or what. I also know that the rain is going down where I am at, and it is struggling now on the actual draft. So I might have to, throw back to last night where we relied on Twitter for the last about probably 5 picks. But ideally, we don't want... Okay, so we covered those 2, yeah. So we learn, I guess, already for the Vikings GM to move picks. Kwesi loves his trades, apparently. Is what he likes to do. Now, yeah, I think we're going to have to go off of Twitter here. Oh, W for the Vikes. W for the Vikings. Okay, here we're trying to. Yeah, I gotta authenticate. Yeah, this is a W. This is a W. They just picked Andrew Booth. They needed a corner badly. He apparently maybe had a medical thing yesterday why a team didn't take him in the first round, but great choice for the Vikes. They greatly recover that. I thought they were gonna take him at 30 at 34. So to get him 10 picks later, I don't know yet about the trades, how that all worked, but I like that choice a lot. This makes sense. That's what I have. Okay, we're trying to figure out. I'm trying to get the live draft to actually see it, but Twitter online. So Andrew Booth's gonna go a great press corner, great ball skills. He's gonna fit in nicely. I think he's better than Cam Dantzler right off the bat. So that's a solid choice. Let me think if there's anything else to. Yeah, basically length, ball skills, press. Yeah, that's what he's gonna offer. So that's a solid choice from the Vikes. That's a great recovery. That is a great recovery. If you considered the scene pick a loss, I thought it was kind of just in the middle. Okay, we're trying to load this. So, who is up at 43 is the question. Okay. The rain, you might even be able to hear it in the mic. Maybe not. It is pouring outside where I'm at. So it is nice to be on a, just inside, chilling, enjoying football. I am going to get here. I'm going to use the phone for the broadcast. That's the strategy we're going to go with here. And we're going to use Twitter also. Wow. Okay, so I don't even know who's on the clock. I'm going to assume, no, the Falcons definitely traded up with. Who did they take? They took Ebiteki, so I think that means the Jets are up. That doesn't sound right to me, but maybe they are. Are the Jets up right now? Okay, can I get anything to load is the question. Okay, so Booth goes to the Vikings. Very, very solid choice for them. Okay, I've got now. Here we go. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting the live feed so I can kind of see where everybody at home is at also. Okay, great. NFL app. This is just not the rain absolutely destroying outside at the moment. Okay. Well, we're gonna trust the Twitter here. See if we get any news. It's been 5 minutes. Okay. I guess I'm going to. We'll see if. Looks like the stream is cutting a bit. And we just had a camera fall. This is just top tier content. We're gonna get this Ethernet cable and I'm gonna go fix this camera. Okay, I've got live feed now. I've got live feed of the draft. The Giants are on the clock. Okay, so now I'll let you look at the Giants. I gotta get this camera ready in case we have to bust out the film. Rest in peace, Logitech webcam. That just took a fall. I don't know if there's any way for me to ever see that perspective from the camera. We might need to take a look at that, but yeah. So the Giants on the clock. Okay, they're making the selection. I think I'm almost caught up here. I think we're doing good. Okay. And they go with Wan'Dale Robinson. from Kentucky. This has to be a bit of a shock. So let me fill him in there. The Giants. So Wan'Dale Robinson from Kentucky. So they have the whole Kadarius Toney situation. It sounds like they're wanting to trade him. So I'm gonna keep him below Toney right now, but he likely is probably just gonna end up replacing that role, I would imagine, for the Giants. Okay, there we go. Save that. So they got Wan'Dale now in there. I think he is PFF's 125th overall player. And he is going to be used, I think, similar to Toney as a run-after-catch guy, gadget player. Overall. So, okay, let's see if I can get anything to load. Now, here's the... I think... Yeah, that's what they're going to use. He's kind of all over. He's played slot. Had 7 touchdowns this year. I think that they're going to use him just as a gadget player. Okay, this is so interesting. Okay, we're back in the green. It is crazy how much to keep track of. Like, gotta make sure the stream is doing okay on that end. Okay, so I also can't see who is up. Okay, so I'm going to assume now it's the Browns. That is what I'm assuming. And they have not, made a choice because they gave it to the Texans. I could do receiver. Maybe. Otherwise, maybe another edge rusher or D-line. Potentially linebacker, I think, is where they're looking. Nakobe Dean would be a solid choice for them. I'm going to keep saying that for a while. But he would be good. I do think they could use some D-line depth. So is Travis Jones? Yeah, Travis Jones is still, I think this still is relevant. I don't think anybody's gotten picked on this. Andrew Booth is gone. But besides that, I will fix that right now. Besides that, I think that this page is accurate. So, at least on the guys I had listed, we've had more defensive top players get picked so far. I'm likely going to roll with this list until we get to about halfway down, I would think here. So, okay, so how did this work for the Vikings? Okay, they just gain picks, they give up. This is just interesting. This is very intriguing. Because I think they still kept their other pick. I need the definition to yeah, I think they... Okay, it's not really low. Did they? No, that's right, they did give up 59. Wow, the Vikings are doing some interesting strategies, but Andrew Booth is a solid pick. So the Texans just had that now are on the clock. Wait a second. How did they trade again with the Browns, or did PFF just not update their simulator? Apparently they like doing business. Now that I think about it, the Texans really do like doing business with the Browns because they did the Brock Osweiler trade a few years ago to just offload his contract. If anyone remembers that, that's quite a throwback. And they had the Watson trade this year. I guess for whatever reason. Okay, so the Texans have had 3 picks now. Linebacker. I'm saying Nakobe Dean's got to go at some point. I'll have to stop saying it. I think Travis Jones, edge rush they could use also. Really could go pretty much anywhere. Defensively, I would say, especially. But I think that offensively they're really improving. I think they're going to go with Davis Mills. They're fine at running back, especially with the top 2 gone. Receiver. They could also use a guy opposite Brandon Cooks. I do think that would be helpful for them. But this team, wow, this is interesting. I think they still need a lot of work, but they're starting to get there. I'll give them that. I think the Texans are starting to go places. I think they're starting to improve a little bit. I think they're starting to slightly improve, and that's great for them. That's starting to, because I think they okay. So what was this trade? Yeah, they traded again, and they gave up third, fourth, and a fourth to get 44. I mean that okay, that is once again intriguing, very interesting to see here. I'm gonna add some names I think to the best available list. So the Texans are making their choice. So I'm gonna add a few players. John Mechie. Wow. Okay, so John Mechie at receiver. Yeah, that's a solid choice for them. He is a after catch player. So I would like them to get a more physical guy first to go opposite Brandon Cooks, but I think that makes sense. Maybe they'll go with Nico Collins. Could easily do the job with that. So what am I gonna do here? I'm just gonna take off. Okay, so where do I think he'll slide into that second receiver role immediately. So John Mechie gonna come in there, be an after catch receiver. He's just elusive, is what I would call him. He actually did pretty well at Bama last year. You know, a lot of people focused on Jameson Williams, but Mechie is a solid receiver. Now, I still can't believe that that Bama had two receivers, both tear their ACL. I think it was for both of them in playoff games, like both of them. That's pretty insane. I mean, the chances of that happening are not very high, and it did. Yeah, so this guy is going to be a elusive yards after catch player. Good in space. So he'll fit in well. They're starting to get an offense built around Davis Mills down there in Houston. So solid choice overall. So if I were to add this in, let me get John Mechie in there. Okay. So now we have the Ravens, who last night did a great job at just picking the best players available. Let's see what they do this time. So last night, getting Hamilton and Linderbaum was a great way to walk out of the draft for them. Okay, so pick is in for the Ravens. What do they need? They covered their center. A receiver, honestly. I know that they just lost Marquise Brown last night. That might be what they need most, or an edge rusher. D-line, I think they could have used in the first round, but actually, they just need more people at linebacker. They could get N'Kobe or a corner. Who would they take at corner, though? They're starting to... so I think they'll go defensively here, I would imagine, or a receiver. Could be a receiver here for the Ravens. That very well could be the case. Let's see what else is gonna... The Ravens just do such a good job year after year at just picking the best player available. They let guys just fall to them, and that's what the good teams do. Is they don't panic about position needs. They just kind of trust the process, and I'd say it's working out pretty well right now for the Ravens. So I'm going to add in some players to the top available list, kind of update that. But, okay, hold up. That's the same in here. So we're waiting for the pick. Yeah, so they went with Hamilton And they went with Linderbaum, which I thought were both like A draft choices last night. We await the pick. They're walking out to make this selection. Okay. Here's the site. Oh no, NFL Network with the graphics. Oh no, they have the Lions. Oh, it says Lions selection. They're the next choice, I think. A goof. Yeah. And they go. Wow. The Ravens do it again. They trust the board and they go with David Ajabo, who. Wow, this is absolutely perfect. I could not describe a better fit for the Ravens. A team that is known for just developing pass rushers on a very consistent basis. Going with David Ajabo, who is dealing with an injury right now. He had an injury at his pro day, which is a huge reason why he fell out of the first round. But he's solid. He's very explosive. Honestly, I think at times can be as good as Hutchinson. So I think this is a very solid choice. And the Ravens are known of all teams to be able to develop these pass rushers. So even with the injury, the Ravens are the perfect situation for him to go there and just develop. He has a nasty spin move too. That's right. He used it a few times, and it is absolutely one of the best you've seen. So I definitely think this is a perfect draft choice for the Ravens. I mean, I would debate potentially, besides Nakobe Dean, the best defensive player available. And now the Lions have their choice in. Let's take a look at what they're dealing with. So last night they made two choices. They got Aiden Hutchinson, who they walked up to the podium immediately. They had a very quick draft choice, and it made sense. And then they traded up for Jameson Williams, and that made sense. They wanted their guy at receiver. They needed receiver, and they went up, made the trade, and they got it. So that worked great. So they got this from Minnesota. Did they really get Keegan-Michael Key? Yeah, they did. To make this draft choice. Yeah. They went up with the Vikings, and I think right now I would say it's debatable. They're kind of winning that trade. I would personally say it. I think they kind of won that off pure value. We'll see how the players turn out, but if you do the chart thing too, it's pretty clear though. And they go with Josh Pascal at edge rusher, so they double down. They doubled down on edge. A very interesting choice to do that. Wow, so they double on edge. They already have the Aquara brothers there, but they just keep it going with another pass rusher. So let me add this one in. Here, I'm gonna get the blue bag. Okay, so they bring in Josh Pascal. I'm going to slide him in behind Aquara and before Charles Harris. I think is where I'm going to slip him in for now. So another just quick twitchy edge rusher. That's what all these guys are in the second round. They really didn't leave that many power rushers available. So all the guys, whether it was Mafe, Ojabo, now we see Pascal go, all of them have kind of a similar skill set. Which is going to be quick pass rushing. So, okay, that makes sense for them here. So they add that to their edge room. Yeah, they could use another rotation player in there. They did that last year too with the D tackles. They went second and third round. They went with same position players. So I'm just keep updating the best available board. We're down to here. Okay, so it's seeming like maybe there's the tackles are finally starting to kind of pick back up. We got both Central Michigan tackles available. here we got Chad Muma out of Wyoming. Linebacker is currently out there available. And then close this out on this side. Okay, so yeah, the tackles I think are starting to become. It's really filled now. Like my best available list, which we'll see in a minute, is really starting to get full with tackles now. They're starting to make their way in there, which makes sense considering there wasn't many for a while. That eventually they have to catch up. The corners are still struggling a bit here. I'm just adding my first one out of this list. To add one more defensive player, we're going to add two, and we're going to add two corners. Okay, so the best available list is about to be reset and updated for hopefully a good amount of time. Okay, I'm going to save that and put it in so you guys can see who our top players available are. It is still the same thing where now the linebackers are also starting to really fill up the available board. So, okay. So the Commanders in ready to make a choice. Let's see who the pick is going to be. Ready. I don't know what they're doing there. Okay. So Washington, let's take a look at Washington right now. Here we are. So Washington going with a receiver in the first round. Let me also get it open over here for when they make their selection. So they went with receiver, they went with Dotson. And what do they need now? They could use a third rotation edge player, but Obata I think is actually pretty decent as a rotation one. They need a lot of depth. Nakobe Dean, I might just keep saying that, but like he's still out there. Safety I think would be big. I'm feeling a Jaquan Brisker pick choice here. I'm getting that vibe from Washington. I think Jaquan Brisker might end up being the choice. He's a great run-stopping safety, if that's what they're looking for. A few surprises tonight. Specifically, the both teams that took a running back are probably two of the teams I would have thought maybe wouldn't pick one throughout the whole draft. Because the Jets just took Michael Carter. I mean, that's kind of crazy. And the Seahawks, I thought they believed in Chris Carson and Rashad Penny, but I guess apparently not. I mean, you always want to get better, but I was a little confused on that one. Okay. Commanders selection. Their second choice as the Washington Commanders. And it is going to be Phidarian Mathis. They pick Phidarian Mathis out of Bama, a defensive tackle. So they're going with, they needed a third rotational player at that position, and that's what they go with. So, they're just worried about depth, and that makes sense. We'll also see, I know there was that whole situation, I think it was with, does anyone remember who I think was involved between Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne, but at the end of the year last year, I know there was a scuffle. Maybe they think eventually those two have to not be at the same team. I don't know, but this makes sense to get some depth. I don't think he'll be able to play right away for this team, but the depth makes sense. Just getting another downhill, physical defensive tackle. He is, let me get his exact measurements correct. So he's 6'4", 310. And great size and good with his hands. But, his speed might not be the best, but large player. I would think kind of similar to Deron Payne, actually, to fit there. So I like that fit. Okay, so that's the choice for Washington. So who's up? Now this is absolutely crazy. I'm hoping I might be able to connect it back on my TV again. Okay, and now the Bears, and the Bears are on the clock, and I see what they've already. I might get a little ahead here, but the Bears are going with Jaquan Brisker. That I thought maybe the Commanders would. So let me open the Bears, and for ease of this, I'm just going to delete the Beyond Bush subtraction. Yes, this is a great choice for the Bears. They needed a safety. And Brisker is going to go in opposite Eddie Jackson. Yes, this is a perfect fit. They needed a safety badly. Brisker can be the run stopper. Meanwhile, Eddie Jackson is able to go in coverage. This pick, perfect sense. Great choice. Gonna go in well with this defense that they need some bodies. Has a nose for the football, and very explosive and just good. Great choice. This is a absolutely perfect fit for the Chicago Bears on a defense that needs a lot of talent, and they just need people there because they're kind of lacking in it. This makes perfect sense. Okay, that moment when top 10 moments so far of we accidentally opened the video editing software. We do not need. We do need OBS though to live stream. Okay, now I think hopefully. Are we sticking at 0 right now? Okay, we're gonna have to. We're jumping back up. Nope. Okay. We're gonna do what we had to do last night, which is for whatever reason unplug and replug in the Ethernet cable consistently. For whatever reason. That's what we had to do. So New Orleans, back on the clock. Let's see what they have to work with. Last night making 2 choices with Chris Olave and Trevor Penning. Let's see what they are up to in tonight's draft. So they kind of went opposite choices. I like it when teams do that. They get a bit of the sweet and the salty. When they go with a player like Olave, who I don't always agree with them trading up for that, but I kind of said that name right as they were doing it as a potential option, and that ended up happening. He's a safe player, which I guess is what the Saints could use, especially with the unsafeness, the volatility, if you were to say, with Nas. Okay, we are hopefully going to get this thing back on. Okay, the Ethernet's back in. Sorry if there's any disconnection in the stream. It seems to be kind of going in and out. It is also raining where I am at, so the quality is probably not going to be always the best. I might skip a little bit around, but we're hopefully making our way back. Wow, it just keeps going to 0. Let's see. This is Okay, we gotta get consistency here. I don't know how to don't know how to exactly affect this here. Okay, so let me add Brisker. Brisker got picked. Okay. So Brisker, and we'll see what the Saints do here. Okay, so this is not good. Okay, we're gonna also. We're gonna hope that this connection stays, because we don't wanna lose the goodness. We are. Okay, here we go. Wow, what a interesting this. I don't know if it is the laptop, the internet, or what is keeping this. I mean, let me know if the stream's going fine. That's great, because YouTube is telling me that it is going berserk and just not, basically not going. So, okay, let me know if the stream is working. My end is essentially struggling a bit, but if it's going well, we'll go with it. I might just go through. This is the longest spell it's gone through between last night and today of being in the red, but I mean, it seems like it might still be moving, but Saints are taking their time with this one. Oh, this is just cute. I don't know what is going on right now with this stream, but it is jumping. Yeah, how is it giving 0 data at points? I don't understand. And we got Ethernet plugged in right now, so it's like can't get much more direct connection than what we currently have. And then it just jumps up. Wow, it's just so inconsistent, because it jumps in. I mean, it might be the rain on it too, unfortunately. But it just keeps jumping. On my end, it's saying that, 1600 kilobits a second, and YouTube's telling me it's going to end the stream if we don't get more data. So hopefully we can get it back in the green at some point. The pick is finally in for the Saints. That was a long drive. Yeah, they've been on the clock for a minute here. I mean, literally more than a minute, but okay. We are running, and that goes up to 12. I don't understand what I can do here. I don't know what I can do to get this stream back in the green. All we need is to just get back in the green point. But the pick is in for the Saints. Okay, wow, this is a long selection. Okay, let's I'm gonna trust the process. We're gonna hope that the stream somehow rework itself out in some way. But I don't know. Let me know, chat, if you're able to hear any words at any point. What do you trust more? No Ethernet cable or Ethernet cable? For the consistency. I have this. I'm starting to get on screen. I'll have to show you the behind the scenes. I think I have Ethernet cable. It's like last night the stream was going great, and then eventually we got to this part where it started disconnecting, and so I had to take a break for like 5 minutes. So Alante Taylor is the pick. Alante Taylor. I don't know about a corner there, personally. He's going to be 5th on the depth chart to start. In a year or two, he could be as high as 3rd, but I personally don't agree with that position choice. But let's add him in here. Okay, so he'll go, I think, behind Roby, honestly, on the depth chart. He comes in at PFF's 138th overall player. Okay, this is, I don't know what to, okay, we're loading. Okay, so let's look at the snap counts. Outside corner, he is 6', 200. Looks like pretty good at being physical and projecting to the NFL and a good recovery speed. Wow, he started his career at wide receiver, actually, and now is a corner and a second round draft choice. It's pretty impressive. Okay, so that's what they have there. The Chiefs are on the clock now. Let's see what they might do with this selection. Still 3 minutes. You look at that receiver spot and you wonder if they're ever going to make a move there. They might not need to, but could they? Perhaps. Here we go. 2.5 minute action. Okay, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And we have a trade. We have a trade to New England Patriots. Wow. I was thinking they were maybe initiating something with how long of a delay that was. Okay, so let's switch over to the Patriots. So what could the Patriots be moving up for? They picked Cole Strange in the first round. And what could they be up to here? Bill is up to something. I feel like line issue last night. I like their edge rushers they have. I feel like honestly might be the move, or a linebacker. Oh goodness, could you imagine if the Patriots got Nakobe Dean here? That would be unbelievable for them. That would be quite crazy if that were to occur. But let me know if on your end there is any lag or anything, because I'm hoping generally the weather here does affect internet and things like that. Like, okay, I'm currently my everything's freezing, but we're just gonna keep on going. So I'm trying to, my screen is frozen on who is getting picked right now on the draft. And so, okay. So, no, they haven't even announced it. Okay, we got back up, I think. Okay, where I'm trying to go. Something is not. Oh, well, how about that? Okay, my TV's again for the first time today. Okay, so we're good there. That's gonna save some internet, which is great. Because okay. Yeah. Seems as though other okay, no data. How long is it? No data. Ethernet? Okay. Let's see if I'm gonna Jackson, he made it work with both of them. Successfully. I would say very well. So I think like this is a great value for them. And then wow, the Colts go up to the table and the wide receiver run is starting, but Alec Pierce makes his way in. So let me just finish talking about George Pickens, because I like it. It's easier when I'm still talking about guys and we just get to keep going. Because George Pickens is dealing with injury issues. He's had it recently, but like he's an acrobat, and maybe he doesn't always need to do these diving catches, but he has the ability to. He positions himself very, very well. And Alec Pierce now. Alec Pierce when I was watching Desmond Ridder as his number one receiver, great contested catch player, kind of surprisingly good. Wow, this is great for Alec Pierce. He might be an absolute steal in fantasy drafts. I'm serious. This guy, looking at this depth chart, might be able to step in and be a number 2 receiver immediately. And if anything, it helps Michael Pittman because let me get the Colts up here. So now we have Alec Pierce in there. I love this pick. Great at being at the boundaries. Had some great connections with Desmond Ridder. This is a solid choice. Let me update. We get Pickens in there, and then we're gonna go with Alec Pierce. So yeah, Pierce, very solid. I think they needed a receiver. There were other guys out there, but they maybe need a better all. And this is the best choice for them. Because honestly, let me look through. But I think all the receivers I have left, like tier of guys, are all like deep threats, one-trick ponies, really. Like Jalen Tolbert and Sky Moore, and who else is kind of in that list? Yeah, I'd say those next two. And George Pickens was an all-around guy. I would have picked, and David Bell. Are kind of all quick guys that are more like probably just gonna be deep threats. So I think it makes sense for them to get Alec Pierce. He's an all-around guy. Yeah, that receiver depth chart really was hurting. Connection successful. Ayo, oh, and it's back in the. Okay. I am so confused on how this occurs. We get like a great connection. OBS, whoever's running it for us, doing a great job at reconnecting the stream. But okay, I'm gonna try to. No, we're on a run here. We're on a run, OBS. Keep it going. Keep the up connection. Yeah, let's go. Oh, and then we immediately lost it. Oh, this is what a roller coaster. We finally had a run going. You should have seen it. We've been, I just don't get what the consistency. If you've ever streamed before, on the bottom right, I've got like what our connection is. And I've had it, on multiple computers and for different people too, like streaming. And you want to keep that green. Green means go. Green's good. And and then it would jump into this. Today, ever since about like, for sure it's been an hour, I would say. It's been pretty consistently red. And it will go from like 2,000 to 0. And look at this, Sky Moore for the Chiefs. The Chiefs are back in like Super Bowl contention with a pick like this. This is absolutely a phenomenal choice by them. Okay, like the Ethernet cable. Ethernet cable's not even helping. So let's open this. Absolutely phenomenal pick by the Chiefs. Let's get him in there. I think I'm gonna place him behind Hardman, but I'm telling you, Sky Moore might be the second receiver by the end of the year. He is primarily a deep threat, but really good at positioning himself. And I'd also say like pretty good at slants. I noticed solid at slant routes. So they have him and Juju to do that. But this guy's going to be your take it over the top defense. Okay. So, yeah, deep threat, great at positioning. The low level of competition, he has not matched up against some top corners. But I'm not really concerned with that very much. I normally am not. I have to always put that as a potential thing, but I normally get concerned. Now, I will say it's even less concerned if you're ever evaluating talent at QB. Because at QB, you're making the same throws. It's just who you're throwing to is different. So, the Cardinals are already picking. So, let's get them. I'm going to do that, and then we'll update the best available board because that is already shifting because these receivers are starting to fly off the board. And now they just this is an interesting choice because they just re-signed Zach Ertz and and Max Williams. So those three are, now they have Trey McBride also out of Colorado State. So let's add him in here. Well, so these offensive playmakers are starting to fly off the board. We need to catch up here. So we just had Sky Moore. Sky Moore is gone. He might have been the best player, but he's up there. And then now we have Trey McBride go off the board. I believe he played, exclusively tight end. He lined up in the slot, actually, a little bit. So he's pretty quick and can get through the seams and run good blocks, run good routes, and he's pretty good at blocking. So I think that's an interesting choice. He's a solid player, and the value is certainly there at this point. But I don't know about the Cardinals of all teams and what they need. I don't know if that was a top what I would have done, but they're rolling with what they want to do. And now the Cowboys are on the clock. We'll see if they make a choice. I'm going to update. So a few receivers now going and some tight ends. Wow, the off again now of the draft board who's available. I might need to update the board a little bit here. I might just scroll down. Okay, we're going to get to here. Okay, so I'm going to add some more players to the best available list. The Cowboys are making their selection. They are making a choice. I'm going to leave this one, and I'm going to add one more to even the board. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to add one more defensive player and one more offensive player. Oh, we've already got the Cowboys selection. We'll see if they pick somebody on this list. I was looking at Greg Dulcich out of UCLA to add to the list. And then over here, we're going to just add Brian Cook as our top available players. And they go with Sam Williams out of Ole Miss, an edge rusher. Let me update the best available players for everyone also. So the Cowboys here going with an edge rusher from Ole Miss. I don't think he was rated super highly on the board. But, okay, let me go like this. Let me add him in. He's probably going to be their lowest pass rusher. No, he'll be above Basham. I liked Golston last year, though. Golston. So I'm going to add him here. Okay. Add him that for the Cowboys. So Sam Williams, out of all the edge rushers, interesting selection. A little bit of a surprise. They are kind of like the Seahawks, where they've spent a lot of swings at the board at the edge rusher recently. And not all of them have historically worked out here, but so they add Sam Williams to the mix. Let me add him also to just the gone, not available anymore. So okay, we're good. So let's take a look at the best players available. This is what I was just working on here. So now it's starting to balance out a little bit more. It's kind of really flipped, and that always happens. You think of if there's tons of players available at a position, that likely means they weren't at the start super high on the rankings. And then as more of those get picked, then the ones that were ranked lower, there's probably a lot of guys in a similar tier. So, for example, when we started this stream, all the QBs are still there. That is absolutely phenomenal. We are 55 picks through, 56 now, and there's been one QB. That is quite phenomenal, and the Bucs have just traded up. But that is quite phenomenal. But besides that, we started the draft with a bunch of wide receivers and a single lineman. Now the linemen are dominating that top available list. And then you look at the edge rushers have stayed consistent. Now you get a linebacker run there. So let's take a look at right now. The Bucs are jumping in there, to make a trade. So they picked a Logan Hall earlier. So wow, they jump back into the mix here. So very interesting. Let me get this back in. Let me get this back here. So the Bucks trade up. Why would they trade up? They're pretty complete if they get. That's right. Nakobe Dean's still out there. Otherwise, like I'm saying, their team pretty complete in my opinion. But I guess they have somebody they really like here. If they could get Nakobe Dean, that would like complete their defense. Another corner would be good. I guess I don't know what else. Like I just think the Bucks have a solid roster. Okay, let me just get this. So Sam Williams is gone. And what did they only do? They only moved up a few spots to do so. That's very interesting. Peculiar, you could say. And so, no, the Vikes did keep 59 in that trade. That's interesting. Wow, so there's just a lot going on here to keep track of. So the Vikings have a few picks in this next run. Who's on it? Are any? I mean, it's just like all the QBs are still out there. So it's kind of a game of chicken. Like somebody is going to just have to like wake the bear and just do it and just pick a QB. I think once one goes, we'll see a run. But at the moment, it seems like the whole league is kind of unanimous where it's like, okay, there's no top guys here. We really don't have to waste moving up or anything. Okay, now they got a WWE superstar out there giving the pick. So the Bucks making the selection, because I just think they already are pretty complete. And their choice is Luka Deke. Okay, so the linemen run here. Now, when they took Hainsey, and I think that was the 3rd round last year. And interesting that this tackle goes before Hyman on the board, which for, I think PFF right now is their highest available player, for example. I don't understand why he's that high, but in their opinion, for example, which I trust a lot of the time, because he's like developmental player. But so we get Godeki off the board. So this should be updated now. Yeah, so I don't necessarily see where they're going with this one. Also, the need to trade up for him, combined with that, don't personally see the need for that. But, okay, so we're going to update that one. So, yeah, I personally don't see the need on that one to really have to do that, but wait. Okay, we're also just going to update this. Just get a replacement list in there. So, yeah, Godeki as the choice for the Bucks. I just don't know if they really needed that per se, but okay. What, you can save a file as a Pixar? That is new to me. Didn't know you can save your files as animation studios, apparently. So, the Falcons. We talked about them in the 2nd round earlier. Could have took a QB, and they didn't. They instead opted for Arnold Ebiteki, which was a good choice. He was of great value. Little would they know, this much later, if they want a QB, they have the exact options. I'm saying keep an eye out. I don't know what Minnesota's going to do. They've got a few picks soon. I'm just looking at where the QBs could even go. Yeah, I'm completely serious. If Atlanta doesn't take one here, there's no team besides maybe Minnesota, and I don't think they would, to take a QB until the third round. This is nuts. I think this is it. This is I'm saying it. I think Malik Willis is going right here. I want to bust out the film. And they go Troy Anderson, a linebacker from Montana State. What is happening? What is actually happening? This is no way. There's no way. Oh my goodness. The QBs just keep falling. Okay. So Troy Anderson going to be the pick. He'll be like the fourth best linebacker there, coming out of Montana State here. So let me add that in here. So he's going to slide right in there. They needed linebacker depth, yeah, because they were lacking behind that. Titans need a QB. They definitely could be in consideration. I thought that maybe they would start the run earlier. And so it's going to be, so where they're the beginning of the third round. You definitely could be getting in that range where I think they're going to have a solid choice of options if they want it. I really do. That's a very, very solid point because if you look at the order, literally maybe Minnesota, and I think that's a reach personally that they would even do it. I don't think a QB goes otherwise. So a team like the Titans, who even is in it? Seattle again will be kicking the tires up there. That they could jump back into it. I mean, so yeah, it's teams like that we thought maybe weren't going to take a QB might be in consideration now, considering they could have their choice of any of them. And so the Vikings pick is in, and they're walking it up to the podium. Let me just cross off Troy Anderson here. Okay, so let's see what the Vikings do. So they've gone secondary, both their choices. I don't know what they really, really need here. I'm serious, they could. And they go with Ed Ingram from LSU, a guard. This makes sense. They definitely could use a guard. They kind of signed like two guys. So what this tells me, a few things. They brought in Jesse Davis and Chris Reed to kind of be veteran players to maybe compete for that other spot. This also shows me, I mean, obviously they haven't been there in practice or anything to go with it, but like, seems to me like Wyatt Davis is consistently not getting a chance to be out there. But Ed Ingram out of LSU might be their starting right guard because they're going to start Ezra at left. Yeah, I think. Yeah, this makes sense positionally. So let's slide him in right there. Okay, so the Vikings will pick again in a few choices. So that they like Ed Ingram here then. This is, I cannot believe that there are this many. Wow, so Ingram's been playing since 2017, that's right. Good mover. Can really, and needs to work on his hands a bit, but he is able to move people. He's very strong, which is what the Vikings need on the offensive line. He played strictly left guard throughout his college career. So let me make sure I'm not okay. Yeah, Haskell's gone. Going through my cards, making sure if anyone's been picked. I just don't need them anymore. Okay, I think I'm caught up. So the Bills are on the clock. I cannot believe this with the lack of QBs, severe lack of QBs, and I don't think we'll see one unless the team trades up. Which why would you, considering the teams there don't really have a need to? So it's just you're competing if there's other teams. I'm going to adjust a camera that we might end up using if QBs get choked. But, okay. We're going to move this here. I'm just preparing a scene for it to get taken. Because I've got the film ready to present. Okay, I think I got it good now. Yeah, because I have highlights ready to go. If there's so the Bengals trade up, not for QB, the Bengals trade up. So I know they added a safety round 1. Okay, they got 2 minutes to make the pick, and that's all they've added so far. So they really went up a few spots. So what could they even be jumping up for? What are the Bengals doing here? What are they trying to get? Honestly, I have no idea. They are a very solid team, and I don't know. I don't think they're gonna have any starters from this range, but they can get a nice role player, potentially some depth. Likely what they're going for. Let's see here. I don't know what the Bengals are moving up. Who did they jump? They jumped San Francisco, Kansas City, and Buffalo. Well, no, they traded with Buffalo. So they jumped with in Kansas City. Who do they even? Let's look at this. I just want to see if they're what does San Francisco need? A corner, linebacker. What do the Chiefs need? We got to connect the dots here. We're investigating the situation. Why would the Bengals, unless they think somebody else would jump and trade up? I don't see anything what are the Chiefs? I mean, a linebacker is kind of consistent with both in a corner. So I'm saying they're taking a linebacker or a corner, considering those are both things the Niners and Chiefs need. And they're kind of needs for the Bengals. I mean, Daxton Hill, I think, will play safety for them, but he might also play a little bit of corner. Let's see, how did later? Yeah. So I don't know what they're trading up for, but it's got to be something to do with the Niners and the Chiefs, because they only traded up a few spots, but. I mean, this really puts into perspective, like, when you're taking in fantasy drafts and your guy gets taken and you have to adjust. I mean, this is real life. Your job on the line, that's a lot of pressure. And also, in fantasy, you can't even trade, really, most of the time, picks. I mean, that's a whole nother element to the NFL draft that just makes it so complex. And so it's credit to all the managers going out there and at least attempting, even if on the outside we may see pick that question. They're doing what they think is going to be the best opportunity for their franchise to succeed. And let's see, what are the other highlights here? Okay, so we're waiting for the Bengals. Let's see here if there's any might be able to beat the sometimes the Twitter is faster than the live stream. Okay, then the broadcast. Yeah, so all they did is throw in a 6. Okay. So it has to be somebody. I don't know what. Okay. You still have a. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah. Oh wait, I keep forgetting Dean is out there. I keep forgetting Nakobe Dean is available. Honestly, I think there's something up there like teams aren't picking him. There has to be. Okay, so the Bengals are choosing here. Then we'll be able to discuss a little bit. What do they have? 60th pick. Cincinnati Bengals select Cam Taylor Britt. Okay, so Cam Taylor Britt, corner from Nebraska. So we were on the right corner thing. We did the investigative work. I'm just gonna abbreviate it. I'm gonna go CT Britt for the graphic here, just to fit it in there. Yeah, I think. Okay, there, slide him right in there. He was in the list of top available players if I were to go here. Also, Troy Anderson's off there. So I will update that a little bit. Okay, so the offensive side, the same players are kind of still just out there. So Niners are up next. Let me add, I'm going to switch some stuff around. Okay, so we get a Cam Taylor Britt is off the board. And I'm going to wait on, we're going to save it as it is. Oh goodness. Okay, we have been on 0 for a minute. This is not. Okay, now we come back. So the Niners are already making the pick. Let me update this. Okay, so the best available list is a little updated. We'll go to depth charts. We'll jump to the Niners here. They're about to make a selection. And it is... It's Cam Taylor Britt. No, who is... Is that Breece Hall? Did Breece Hall just get out there? It's just... Okay, the Jets fans are hyped out there. Okay, they have to be talking Breece Hall. I think that, yeah, I think that's probably who was there then. Zach Wilson, this dude's a baller. Yeah, I like Zach Wilson a lot, actually. He seems like a funny guy. I liked him coming out of draft last year, but we'll see how it translates to winning. But so I don't know why they're interviewing him now. I don't know if he got there late or something. Maybe, I don't know, or maybe they finally had time to interview him. Perhaps all, to infer. Okay, so the Niners have their pick. This is their first selection in the draft. That is crazy. I mean, well, Rams looking in on the outside are thinking, well, that's good. Yeah, they have, like, they don't pick till like the 4th round. So, okay. Who do we have here for the Niners? So the corner just happened with the Bengals. They traded up, I think, ahead of them to do that. Safety is a big need for them too. So corner, safety, linebacker. I would say more so safety, corner. Safety, corner, maybe linebacker. Yeah, offensively, I think they're actually looking for guard, but I don't think Parham's like that crazy of a player that they would kind of be reaching here. So, Marcus Jones, I'm saying Brian Cook might be. The Jets. The Jets apparently have the Twitter game. Well, they are hyped up for Breece. I mean, that's good. Good to see it. Okay, Niners. Who we got? Is that Fred Warner? No, it's Eric Armstead. Okay, I couldn't see there for a minute. Wow, it is raining outside where I am at currently. It is absolutely downpouring. And they go with Drake Jackson from USC on the list there as a top available player. Let me add him. So he's going to go in there for the edge group. I'm going to add, no, we'll add him as their third. So he's going to win with speed. All the edge rushers, at least when we started the day, and I feel consistent now, are all like edge rushers. Sorry, speed rushers. They're all going to win with twitch. They're all going to win with finesse, kind of that speed aspect of the game. So we're going to add Drake Jackson in right there. I'm also going to take him off the best available. So the defense, since I reset the board, has been recently taking the lead as, you know, more picks, I should say, are occurring on the defensive side. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else to add with Drake Jackson. I know he's fast, twitch, just gonna wing with speed, good frame also, and just slippery kind of to get around. But yeah, it's just a speed guy, similar like to D Ford, I would say. So that was a pretty high player available, and he did have an injury this year. So okay, so let me add that. So now the Chiefs are they're making their pick. Did they just pick? No, they traded back. Oh, yep. And they take Brian Cook. Wow, the defense is taking a massive lead. They are absolutely, I think that's a 4-0 run, if you want to call it that in basketball terms, of, you know, when I reset my like top 20 on each side or so, or top 16 on each side. Okay, let me open the Chiefs here. So the Chiefs add Brian Cook. So they viewed that they needed a safety. Yeah, that's a good spot for him to go. He'll be starting his career, I would say, as his third rotation safety. And we got 2 more picks until the end of round 2. So, okay, we're almost here. So saving this. Okay, so Brian Cook slides right in there. Third rotational safety. And now we're going to look at the Buffalo Bills as the next team on the clock. Let's also go back to this now because this is updated. Yeah, so it is starting. There is from the beginning of the night, that entire top 6 on the offensive side has been there. And on the defensive side, it's been Bonito, Jones, Dean have been there the whole. Actually, both Chanel and Asamoah have also been there the whole night. The Bills are officially making this choice. They have their pick. So, and maybe Chad Muma's been there the whole time too, perhaps, actually, I think. So the linebackers have kind of not been being selected. I think there's a solid chance one gets picked right here, though. Because Edmonds has not been phenomenal, but more so Matakevich, they could use an upgrade of. And they bring in Markel Lee, but he's a good rotation player. So I think it would actually make sense here for the Bills to take a linebacker. And then let me add in the Brian Cook. There's the Brian Cook pick. So Bills are on the clock. I'm going to add more players to the... here, where are we? To the best available list. Okay, so I'm going to add, where am I down here? Okay, we're going to add, also now I have to add quite a bit more defensive players because alrighty. Okay, so now just on the radar, guys starting to enter this conversation are Kirby Joseph, DeMarvin Leal, from Texas A&M is now entering this list of available players. Okay. And who am I gonna finish it out with? Another edge. It's Cam Thomas. Okay, we're just gonna add all these edge Cameron Thomas. I might just leave it at okay. Once the Bills make their pick. So worth noting, the QB is still same spot that we've been for a long time, and we have another edge to close out. So now looks like we could be going through the edge now, also dominating this board of the top available players. I think that the Bills will go linebacker here. Okay, so now we have this updated. And no way. Okay, I'm not even going to say it. Hold up. Oh my goodness. Is this a miracle? Buddy, I'm going to enjoy it for even if it lasts a few seconds. We have officially reached the green on the connection again for the first time in, I believe, an hour and a half. Well, what is interesting is YouTube says no data, yet we have a green connection. Wait, did we lose connection? Is that why we're getting the green? No, come on. We gotta, no way. We called it too soon. I think we called it too soon. Wow, okay. My end saying, come on, it's gotta just catch up. And James Cook, Dalvin's brother, goes to Buffalo. Wow, I like this fit. A great receiving back. They kicked the tires on Zach Moss a few years ago, and it just hasn't really worked out. I think James Cook has a solid opportunity to really take this backfield, actually. This is a great fit for him. I love this fit for Buffalo and for James Cook. Yeah, he's going to be like opportunity to take that backfield. So we're going to add him. I like this choice a lot. So he's 5'11", 200. So like a very solid receiver. And let's see. And just great speed, great receiving ability. Is Dalvin there too? Or is it just James? Let's see. Okay, and we have the Broncos now made their pick. But yeah, just a great. He might need to add more weight to his frame, but I love that fit so much. Let's go to the Broncos now. They're about to make their selection already. Their first choice of the draft. So we're getting a few teams. That I think it was the Niners, and now the Broncos making their first choices in the draft. And then we're into the third round. And Nick Bonito, and they start off with a nice start right here. A great player available from Oklahoma. Get him in here. So he's going to come in right in the rotation, be a great third, right behind Bradley Chubb and Randy Gregory here. Going to slide in on the bottom. A quick speed rusher. He was, I think, the last edge rusher on that remaining board from the beginning of the night. So okay, this is a solid choice for the Broncos. To get another rotational. I like Malik Reed, who they already have, but Bonito offers the twitch, a great processor, and knows what he's doing on every play, and is able to move really well. Also, another speed rusher. It's really all the pass rushers available tonight. We're pretty much all speed rushers. For whatever reason, that's just the way it lined up. So, that's right. I just forgot for a minute because we haven't been focusing on it. Yeah, that's right. There hasn't been a QB in a very long time. In 45 picks. Jags are on the clock and they have a pick. So we are officially going to enter the third round with a single QB being taken. And honestly, I shouldn't say that. I don't know when have the Steelers made another pick? They have. Yeah, they made a receiver. All I'm saying, I can't guarantee this. I don't know how the NFL community viewed Kenny Pickett. But I'm just saying this is a proof right here. I did not think any of the QBs were really worth like a top 15, 20 pick. I should say really top 15. My number 1 was Carson Strong, and I gave him a top 20 grade. And that was ignoring the injury, basically. So, I really don't think... My thing is here, I'm saying in the back, I think it makes it a poor pick even worse for the Steelers, considering there's a chance, this might be, a bold take here, but there's a small chance that maybe if they didn't take Pickett there, he'd still be available right now. There's a small chance that this could have gone 3 rounds without any QB. It's like somebody's scared. It's like there's something with the QBs. I don't know what it is. We're entering the third round, and there are 5 players that I view. Where would I view? I'm thinking last year. So if we go back to last year, there was the huge first round of QBs. I think we had 5. And then, am I remembering? Yes, we had 5. Then we had Trask sneak in at the end of the second round. So really, let's not count them. We had 3 go in the third. But I would rank this year's QBs. I think I would rank out of the 5 remaining, I would rank 4 of them above Trask. And none of them got picked in the second round. How many will we see? Is there going to be an absolute steal at QB slide into the day 3? And I think there will be. Specifically, a name I'm going to throw out there again is Carson Strong. He's my number 1 QB. And he likely, I think, will end up being available still, believe it or not, after today, which is crazy. Sorry, not the Giants, the Jags. I can't believe this. We are entering territory where I think there is something, and it makes sense. You play supply and demand. If nobody's taking a QB, you can pick other positions. It's like when you're playing the fantasy draft, and you need a position, or you have a player you like, but you decide to wait for the turnaround. And sometimes you do it, and it's great, because then you get a guy that maybe you didn't have ranked as high, but you knew somebody else would take, and you get them and the guy you were going to get, and you win your hypothetical situation. Or you take the chance, your guy gets picked, and then you took a loss both ways. So it seems as though they're afraid to take a QB, and we know it's not going to be the Jags right here. They take Luke Fortner, a center from Kentucky. That's great. He's going to compete for the starting center spot right away. That might be their biggest pound-for-pound need on this team. So they're starting to build around Trevor because they spent their first 2 picks on defense, and I like that because they need to support him. So I'm going to add Luke Fortner here to the graphic. So that makes sense overall for the Jags. So, wait, but who even... Oh, was it Nick Bonito? Yeah, yeah, he was still available. That's who they took at the last choice that I was catching up here. And then we just had Luke Fortner go. And so Luke Fortner, 6'4", 307. He played center this year. He played guard his previous 2 years. And, that's a solid pick for them. The Vikings pick is already in. And already getting selected. I mean, my goodness, we're starting to go fast. Tomorrow is gonna be impossible. Like, it's basically I'm not gonna have much time to talk about the players. It's gonna be like, you know, player gets picked immediately, and we go with a linebacker. And wow, this is shocking stuff. We go with a linebacker. They go with a linebacker, and it's not Nakobe Dean. Wow, I am so like, as I have been a Vikings fan my whole life, so I've really kept track up with them, and I'm already seeing Kwesi. I understand it's a new regime, and you need to pick what you believe in, but I am seeing the trend of all three. Actually, did we? Like three of the four choices so far are all replacements of that Spielman picked last year in the draft. I mean, so like whether it was Chaz Surratt, for example, not going to get playing time likely now. Wyatt Davis, same thing, and then even Cam Bynum. I thought Cam Bynum played phenomenal last year and as a starting caliber safety. They saw value in that position. So now the Giants are on the clock. I mean, so Brian Asamoah is a solid player. He's going it's pretty good value. Great range and a tackling ability. But now the Giants are already making their selection. Let's see who they're gonna pick. Joshua Azud. Okay, I think let's find where he is. Let me add that to okay, where am I gonna place him? I'm gonna place him here on the depth chart. Interesting decision to go with a guard, to be honest. Because they just have so many bodies there. Not necessarily like a they don't like it's kind of a need, but they just have so many players that are around the same tier. Like, so it's nice to get somebody new in there. Maybe a chance to potentially take it over. I think they needed a center more so than that, but for depth purposes. But that's an interesting selection there. So Zudu he played some left tackle too, but it looks like left guard is primarily. He also played right tackle at some points in college, so he'll fit in there with depth on the offensive line. And so who is next on the Cleveland Browns? Feels like we have not talked about them much. Did they make a pick yet? Yeah, that's why they haven't made a pick. Sitting patient. I mean, credit for doing that. I mean, that's difficult to just sit there and not make any choices. That's right, because the Texans kind of went up there and just reached out. I don't even remember for who. Who was that? Who did they go up for? Was it Mechie? Did they go for or Peach? I think they traded that for Mechie. So the Browns have their pick. So their first choice of the draft. I think we started looking at them earlier. I really think the D-line or linebacker. I mean, Nakobe Dean, once again, I'm saying, still out there. He's still just floating out there. Anybody else to... No, I don't think... I mean, I'm going to show you the screen again here for the best available players. Like, there's not really much movement recently. These are the top guys available at the moment. We've had quite a defensive run, I would say, and then some linemen. Yeah, I think this draft is going very off the consensus. We've had a lot of picks in the last while that are kind of off the rails a little bit. Well, we had a good run. Where the stream was on good connection. And then the rain hit down again, and now we're hopefully bounce back on its way. I think I'm just going to trust the process here, but alrighty, the Browns. Let's see what you got here. So once again, looking at players that have been here since the beginning, it's for the defensive side, it's Jones and the 3 linebackers have been here since the beginning of the day. The other ones I've had to add in later. Let's see. Offensively, it's the QBs and Tolbert. That's right. And the whole bottom I've added since. So the Browns are making the choice. Okay, what does Rappaport have? What's going on with the QBs? What is going on with the QBs? Okay, do the Vikings have another pick? I'm seeing, yeah, they have 77. Did they move up, though? I feel like they moved up. Yeah, they definitely did. They gave that to Indy. Wow. This is quite an interesting turn of events, I must say. Yeah, it's Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis are the 2. Trying to see, what people are thinking, why those players are falling. Okay. Right. See, I feel like you have to. Okay, that I'm trying to figure out why these players are perhaps not getting selected that many people think should be. Okay, so the Browns, I think D-line. I think Travis Jones. Martin Emerson, Mississippi State. Here, let me add them. Okay, so Martin Emerson, a corner. Where is he going to fit in here? As 4th? 5th now? I'm going to put him in there as their 5th corner. That's where I'm going to place Martin Emerson in this situation. So he comes out of Mississippi State. I add him to the list of players that have been taken. And the Titans already have their selection. Could they be thinking about a quarterback here? This really, I know the draft is not all about quarterbacks, but this is like a historic, like even 2013 at least had some numbers with it. This just, there's not even, not only are guys not getting taken, but it's like, not only are there not great ones, but it's just nobody's even getting taken. There's not even a chance of people getting drafted. Like even in 2013 with the E.J. Manuel and Geno Smith type of thing, there at least were, like I'm looking at it right now, 2013 had, does it say what round they were? Yeah, so, wait, hold up. No. Okay, where is it? Does it say when they got, here we go, round. Okay, I was looking at that. Well, in the meantime, we have Nicholas Petit-Frere. Let me add that to the Titans roster. Okay, we're going to add him as their swing tackle. That's where I'm going to add him for the Titans. I think he'll be in the rotation. Nice depth piece for them. add this. Save. Okay. So, yeah, Frey will be a nice depth piece for the Titans to swing in there in the rotation. Let's see where he fits in there now. Yeah, that's a good spot. And the pick is already in for the Jags too. So Frey played right tackle. Actually, he played left tackle in 2021, but before that, he played. Yeah, he got. Interesting. And then the Jags are already on the clock. The picks are starting to go fast. Wow, they are starting to go really fast. Actually, it's getting difficult to keep up with. Okay. Jags are up. Okay, but I was looking at this 2013 class for the QBs. And you had picks, and Chad Muma finally goes off the board. But, okay, you had a first. Oh, no, actually, no. I thought there was more. I was thinking. Yeah, you had 3 total. You had 1 per round. Which technically is better than the track we're on right now, which is crazy. So the Jags go double linebacker. Makes sense. That was like their biggest need because they really had Foye Luakon, who they signed, and then nobody else that's really starting caliber. So I guess I can understand this from the Jags' perspective, getting a double position there. I think the Jags are actually going to be a very underrated team. I think the Jags and the Jets, who had the number 1 and 2 picks last year, really are starting to become pretty good from a roster building perspective. We get Muma finally goes off the board. Okay, so this is, I still cannot believe this on the QBs. I mean, I have all the QBs on the thumbnail, and there's a shot I might have to reuse them tomorrow because I would think they'd get chosen tomorrow, but maybe there's a world where they just don't. Okay, so Muma's gone. Okay, so that's another one off the board for the best available on the defensive side. The offense is not getting touched at all. So, okay, let's go back to the best available now. Let's look at DJ's list too. Yeah, it's kind of Christian Harris, I guess, is one. That's kind of a. I'll add Christian Harris in there as a linebacker from Bama as another guy to throw in the mix as a player available, because otherwise it's kind of the similar list that they're using on the broadcast. So let's add that in. So the pick is in for the Bears. Let's see what they're working with. Wow, this is shocking. I still cannot believe that there's, I have so much, I might just have to use, the fun might just come tomorrow if you guys join back for the long stream. I believe the draft starts at 11 tomorrow, my Central Time. I've got 4 highlight tapes. I'm just eager and waiting to discuss, but we might not get to do that with the QBs that are, I have to something is up. Something is up here to cause this to happen. You would think so. Because why else are these QBs falling? Like, I really don't know. Because, yes, they all, people thought they'd go higher just because of supply and demand. And that, makes sense. But I didn't think they'd fall this far. I mean, this is getting a little ridiculous. Now, Desmond Ridder would go, but I thought the other five would go ahead, and we've only had 1 go ahead. I thought I had Ridder originally as an early 4th, and that's where we're looking like most of the QBs are going to go, because Bears aren't going to pick one here. Wow, is Seattle almost on the clock again? They could be getting in the mix. Velus Jones Jr. They did need a receiver badly for the Bears. So this makes sense. I will add him in. He will immediately be competing for probably. I think he'll be involved. So this is a good choice positionally for them because they lose Allen Robinson. They bring in Darnell Mooney. So they have Darnell Mooney. They bring in Byron Pringle. Let's add him in there. So that's really just fitting a need. Is really the best way to describe that one. So late bloomer, redshirt junior. Really played a mix this year in the slot. And it's a majority in the slot. Yes, I guess they'll play Pringle. I think maybe they'll play Pringle on the outside then. Okay. And now that leaves the Seahawks again. Could they be the domino of QB? Now you've got it going down to Seattle and Atlanta. Now, my question is, when does Carolina pick again? Because it is all the teams, I really think about it, the only teams that I thought even had a chance at taking a QB in the first round, that I had a solid idea. Like, there was a chance the Saints took one, or maybe the Eagles. But I was thinking it was going to be the Panthers, Seahawks, Falcons, and Steelers. Steelers got it covered. Seahawks are picking right now, but they've passed on a QB multiple times. Same with the Falcons. The Panthers, though, picked Ike Ekwonu and have not had a pick since. I wonder when they have a pick. Do they even have a pick tonight? I don't even think they have a pick tonight. Wow. I'm saying watch out for Carolina. I think they could trade up. They would be the team I think that would maybe have the best chance of taking one if they were to, because they haven't passed up one yet since the first round. But they don't, pick tonight apparently. So I guess that's, a predicament. Maybe they would be willing to trade up though. Seattle though, with a shot here. Let's go back to Seattle. What do they need still? I'm saying a QB is what they need, but they just... Linebacker, Kobe Dean is still there. I was looking at him a while ago for this team. Corner. Don't think they'd go center. I'm saying it comes down to QB, linebacker, corner, which if we go to the best available... Obviously, all the QBs there. And Kobe Dean's still sitting there. There's something up there. When something like this happens, there's not that many. There's only two guys. There's two guys that are really, really surprising. How's that, though? Like, even Sam Howell and Matt Corral, those are two guys that chose to declare for the draft that you wonder, like, should Howell have came back for a year, maybe? I was shocked about Corral, that he honestly declared here. But Willis made sense to declare, but obviously, I don't know about the strategy, but this is, I don't know what to, like, there's a reason. There has to be a reason, for players like this to fall. There has to be always. And it's because it's a consensus. It's not like you've had a few teams that need that position decide to pass up on it. It's like, no, the whole league at this point, basically, except for maybe the Rams, who haven't had a pick yet, I don't think. Besides that, like, the whole league has passed up on these guys. So there's something out there That, it seems to be a consensus. And so it's kind of unanimous. And here they come. Let's go, Shaquem Griffin. I remember that. Oh, I don't think he's gotten re-signed yet by the Dolphins, but that's great that he gets to go out there. And they take Abraham Lucas, a tackle. So they go double tackle, and this makes sense. They still needed a tackle even after getting Charles Cross. So I'm down with that. The best tackle available besides Raymond, I think a lot of people have higher, but otherwise, I mean, this is a rational decision here to go with another tackle. Now, my question is, I forget about the alignment. I know Charles Cross played left tackle. Let me double check the alignment for what Lucas plays. Because Lucas, here, let me get this out to make sure has a lot of experience playing, like, pass pro, and has a good frame and very light on his feet. Or there's positives. That's kind of what he brings. He was great. He played exclusively right tackle. So this is perfect. Seattle, if they're going to build around a QB, whether it's Drew Lock or somebody else, they're doing it correctly. And I respect that. Absolutely. If you're going to do it, they've went all out. They give him a running back. I didn't necessarily agree with that decision, but, they do it. What just happened? Did an RKO just... Somebody just... What was that? If anybody else caught that on the Colt selection, what was that? They just did a full-out wrestling move. And then, dude knocked the guy out cold and then just picked up the draft card. And they picked Jelani Woods. Okay, I just remember about Jelani Woods. I think he's a freak athlete, if I remember correctly. Abraham Lucas. And then Jelani Woods, I believe, is like a freak athlete from Virginia at tight end. So this makes sense for Indianapolis. They just have, I think, Mo Alley Cox at tight end because Doyle retired. They picked Granson out of SMU last year. Yeah. I think this makes sense. Getting the rotation there. Okay, so save this. You'll see here Jelani Woods on the screen. So this is how he fits in Mo Alley Cox. And we finally get to cross off a tackle off the list. It's been a while. On the best available choices going into tomorrow. Okay, I'm sorry I keep bringing this up, but, this is absolutely absurd on the QBs. There's no way that this should be happening. And now the Falcons are up on the clock. Maybe they've got a chance to break the spell. See what they can do. And they go with Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder is your second QB off the board. I finally get to talk about a player for an extended amount of time that I have graphics ready for. This is beautiful. Now, this is not the QB I would have taken. He came in last for me out of the 6, but this is fine value for Desmond Ridder. I'm not going to knock the Falcons for that. That is a fine choice. I think they could have a much better choice, but I'm fine with them going with Desmond Ridder. So, for the first time in quite a minute, I'm going to take the best available off, and let's talk some football about a player. Here we go. Let's talk about Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder here was the first player I watched during this draft process, and he's a winner historically in college. He did quite a lot at Cincinnati, and he's proven the experience level. He's very mobile. I see him as kind of a worse version of Dak Prescott, which compares to another player that you'll see in a minute. So he can read defenses very well, which is a great skill to have. And he's good knowing where he is in the pocket. So those are all great things that he can read defense as well. I don't think his accuracy is very good though whatsoever. I think he can make some poor throws, specifically in the deep area. I could not find him hitting a target past like 25 yards very consistently. And he doesn't know how to lead receivers super well. He's just going to throw it where they are. Things I'd like to see him improve. My value for him was the 3rd round, which is where we are. This makes sense. Like, I would have seen this happening. My comp for him is Kellen Mond because it's a guy who's a mobile, inaccurate, kind of just a worse version of like Dak Prescott, really. Let me just make sure the draft switched here. So, change channel. But you can read the description here. But he has big playability. But I think, like, okay, let me just make sure now we got the draft back. But I think this is a decent situation. And, you know, that'll work great for Ritter. He needs time. So, you know, if there were a situation for him to go, this makes sense. He's got a chance to be the future here. I am shocked. Let's go back to the QB graphic. I mean, so ironically, out of the 2 QBs taken, they're 2 of my bottom 3. And if I were to rank the QBs on where I would draft them, they'd be 5 and 6. So we'll see, I guess. You know, it's different than my opinion, basically, is what's happening here with the QBs. So Ritter goes. Okay, so we start seeing the run. I don't think Houston's going to do it. Does any other team think about it here? Like, for me, if I was a team drafting off of my board, this would change nothing. I would still pick Strong, Howell, Willis, and Corral over Ritter. So for me, it's like I wouldn't feel a rush to trade up. Maybe a team would. So you never know. Let's see what the Texans have now on the clock. Okay, but so Ritter finally goes. Oh, so I need to catch up. Jelani Woods, and then Ritter finally off the board. And now we'll see what the Texans do. And they go Christian Harris from Alabama. So that's a solid choice. That is a very, very solid choice. They needed linebacker badly. That might have been their biggest position need, in my opinion. I'm going to slide him in as their 3rd linebacker. I think that he might start right away. This is a solid choice. One of the best players available. And a position need for the Texans. So, absolutely great decision. Let's add him in here. So that's where he's going to slide in. You know, the Texans have done an underrated job. I think they've actually filled the needs. They needed a lot, and I mean a lot of players coming in, and filling the needs, and that's what you like to see. So, I applaud them for that. Who's left here? We still have quite a number of picks to go tonight. So where was I going to go? I was going to go best available. So we can take Ritter off. He's gone. That's it for that side. And now Christian Harris off for Bama. So I'm going to re-put up the top players. So this shifts a little bit. Still pretty much all the QBs though, besides Ritter. And that is quite a turn of events. I did not expect that to be the choice. Unavailable one. So this is what we're working with, the top available players. On the left has been there the entire night, and on the right side, it's Jones, Deans, and Chenal. Are the guys that have been there the whole night. The other ones I added later. But that's what you're kind of working with at this point. And so let's take a look at the Ravens, who are now going to be making their selection. Have done a great job with the draft. Yeah, that's right. They have literally nailed the pick every time. I loved the David Ajabo pick today. absolutely nailed it. Because they do what they do best, just the best player available. And also, so they don't panic. Also, for example, specifically the Ajabo pick is perfect sense because they are historically known to be able to develop pass rushers, and Ajabo is dealing with an injury and needs some time, and so that's perfect for them because they don't need it immediately. They have other guys to start, and he can fill that role in the upcoming years because eventually I think they did extend Bowser, so they have them. But like Ferguson, I doubt they'll re-sign when his contract's up. So you're going to need more and more players in the rotation. So all making sense for the Ravens. And this is a historic. We were talking about teams taking them top 10. We were talking about teams taking them second round. And neither have been able to occur. OBS. I think OBS is still going. My end saying we're struggling a bit. I think we're trying to, are we connected? Stream still going? Yep, I think so. Okay, so the Ravens up here. Let's see what can happen. Are we connected? I don't know. We're hoping. Is then the rain here also. Who is? Okay, so the pick is. Can't wait to see here. And they do it again. The Ravens are unstoppable at the draft. My goodness. This is another value pick. I cannot believe this. They manage every time. They pick a guy. He's been up there on the best available list the whole night. And they just stay there and they just wait for the draft to. They really just let the draft come to them. And just let it roll, because Travis Jones officially off the board from UConn. That really leaves Nakobe Dean and Leo Chenal as the only defensive players that have been here the whole night on this best available list. Meanwhile, offensively, there's still 5 guys, 4 QBs, and Jalen Tolbert I've had up there the whole time. But, wow. Travis Jones finally off the board. And Raymond as well. And now the Colts are immediately up. Let's see, they just, I just like they had Woods and Pierce. And now they go Bernard Raymond. Well, here comes the, finally, players that we thought were going to get taken are starting to actually get taken. So then we got the tackle. Well, he might even start. So here's the thing with Bernard Raymond. So he is a super unproven prospect, which is why he fell. He started his career as a tight end at Central Michigan. And then he has switched to tackle. So he's added over 60 pounds in 2 years. So adding to his frame. And honestly, what people are saying is that he might need to add even more for strength. So he, just doesn't have that experience, but he has some great film and some great, just dominance when he is out there playing. So, I mean, you see with that. So I love that choice to go opposite Braden Smith. Eventually, I think he has a chance to start at tackle this season, believe it or not. So, 2 back-to-back players that are both really solid. Really, the outliers then are really just Chenal, Dean, maybe Tolbert, and then the QBs. I really like. If we were to look back at this, I'm leaving this for. It's really, yeah, the best available from the top of the night are the four QBs and Tolbert. And then, so it's like we're checking them off now. And the Browns pick is in. Okay, the picks there. They started seeing that we're, I think, behind schedule on the draft, and then they started making quick choices now, which I guess, all for it. Keep the action moving. Just keep me on my toes. So who are the Browns looking at? So their only choice was Emerson at corner. And now Travis Jones is gone. If they could go Nakobe Dean here or Leo Chenal and just like clean house, and we have a nice run of draft. Oh, nice Andrew Hawkins. Yeah, that's it's so crazy seeing some of the guys I remember seeing play like get to do like slightly removed, but not like way out of the game. It's pretty cool. Like seeing Matt Forte earlier. Like, that was throwback. Like, for me, that was one of the guys that was kind of in that not, like, superstar, but, like, very, very good player when I started watching football. So it's, like, it's kind of fun to start seeing those guys show up. Okay. See what the pick is. Okay. It is Alex Wright from UAB, an edge rusher. So, Cleveland brought in a lot of depth this year at edge rush. They made a trade where they swapped linebacker Mac Wilson for Chase Winovich from the Patriots. And this is all to go opposite Myles Garrett. I didn't put losses for players that technically, so like technically Jadeveon Clowney, you could view that as a loss or not really, because it kind of is. But okay, so Bernard Raymond finally went. Okay, what is happening here? Let's see. Oh goodness. Did the PFF simulator just break? Okay, here we go. I'm not opposed to doing a new one just to get a better view. Oh, they're even ahead of the. Oh, hold up, let's see. Okay, reconnection. It would be nuts if Malik Willis somehow makes it to day 3. We still got a lot of picks, but if he somehow made it to day 3 and he got on my thumbnail all 3 days, because just I keep thinking he's gonna get picked, that would be. So the Denver Broncos. Gotta keep it going. So the Denver Broncos picked an edge rusher. I think they could use some D-line help or linebacker help. Otherwise, offensively, I think they're looking pretty good, unless they I think so. I'd personally be looking D-line or linebacker here. That's what I would do. So, going back to the best available then. I mean, they got their linebacker options for sure, whether you like Dean or Chenal. D-line, though, not really many choices. Okay, we I just don't know why. There has to be a reason. Like, there has to be. There's always, in a situation like this, do they really have phase rug up there? Oh my gosh, this is absolutely crazy, bro. Was he really vlogging? My goodness. Okay, Yeah, like there has to be a reason. Once again, it's like the whole league has passed up on these guys. It's not like there's a team that's choosing not to take him. No, it's like there's a reason the whole league. I guess just they don't see the upside something. It might have been the 40 time for Nakobe Dean. I mean the QBs. I watched myself a lot, and I am a little confused because it's not like these guys are top 20 players that are falling this far. But relative to last year, like they're as good as Kyle Trask was, and he got picked, second round. Then again, there were less options because think about it, every team. There are 4 guys right now that might be in a similar tier. So why would you pick one now when you can get a player at a different position that ranks higher and is in a higher tier that won't be there the next time you pick when it's likely the QBs? Okay, and then we get Greg Dulcich for the Broncos. Okay, so let me add that in. Yeah, I did throw out tight end. I almost said it, but I just didn't because I like Okwebunam, but I guess maybe we'll throw in those 2 as a nice combo for Russ to work with. So Dulcich goes. Okay, I think he was on the best available board also. So let's go to the Broncos now. That should be updated. Yep. And yep, he made the list. On the best available. And the Giants pick is in, so let's take a look at what the Giants are up to now. They absolutely dominated. They were winning. They were winning the first round. Then the Wandale Then I've been a little confused by it. I should say their next 2 picks. Let me see. No, I didn't update that yet. Yeah, I've been confused by their last 2 picks, but they started the draft on fire. So, and I'm confused by this one too. They go with Cordell Flott. So those are the best guys. So Cordell Flott from LSU. So I guess they could use just more people at corner. I don't know where he's gonna. Okay, I'm gonna put him 4th right now. Save that. Okay, so Cordell Flott slides in right there. And pick is already in for the Falcons. This is okay. Never mind. They solved their QB issue. Falcons, finally just stepped up to the plate and took care of it at the QB position, picking Ritter. Now, hear me out. Could they pull a Washington from 2012 and go double up on QB? Nope, they're just gonna go D'Angelo Malone. Okay, I thought that was a bold strategy. I wouldn't really do it, but I'm just throwing it out there. So they go D'Angelo Malone at edge. Okay, so they double up on edge though. They were thinking the same thing, but yeah, that makes more sense to double up on edge. Okay, so I'm saving this. Here we go. Honestly, I think the Falcons have done a pretty good job. at the draft so far, and if not reaching too bad, I would say. Wow, the QBs are still just chilling out there. Let me just get some alone. Okay, so I'm going to leave the best available, I think, for the rest of the night. As in, I'll cross off people off the list, but I'm not going to add more. So, could Philadelphia think about a QB? Maybe. Otherwise, maybe the Titans. Otherwise, like, all the teams have passed on it. Like, I think the 4th round has to be when they start going on a run. It has to be. I'm trying to think what happened last year. Last year, Ian Book got taken in the 4th round after the run in the 3rd round. I still remember that historic run. That was pretty crazy. When it went Mond, Mills, Trask, Mond, Mills, in almost back-to-back picks. I think it was 3 within 4 picks. And that was pretty surprising. And so in one, though, that started a domino. This year, I'm thinking even if that domino effect happens, it's not going to happen until like the 4th round. So let's see what the Eagles have now. They have their pick in. I'll open this up. Pick is in. Alrighty. Okay, they're just showing all the players getting chosen. Alrighty. So Eagles with the pick. Guess we wait to see. Yeah, so it's really, I see like 6 guys or so that are kind of standing out. Linebackers and the 4 QBs are really standing out right now as falling. Okay, here we go. Is that Jason Kelsey? Let's see, they're making their selection. And no, John Darrenboss. That's what I was thinking of. Yep, John Darrenboss. I remember that. The magician snapper. Okay, who did they go with? Who is it? And they go with Nakobe Dean. Coming out, they doubled down on the Georgia Dogs, and they get a steal in Nakobe Dean. I'm saying right now, I'm putting him as their number 1 linebacker. Okay. So I can understand why he fell. He is not like a perfect prospect whatsoever. It's very understandable that he fell this far. But at this point, it's a steal. Like, at this point, you can't really... Phenomenal value. Great job from the Eagles. He's going to fit in well. Linebacker was their biggest need, and they fill that extremely well. So I really like Nakobe Dean at his best. At his best, he can fly over the field. He can cover really well. he actually is very solid as a pass rusher. I was surprised. Like, I honestly, he might have been a better pass rusher than Trevon Walker, and that might be a hot take, but he's a linebacker, and he might have been a better pass rusher than the number 1 pick edge rusher, Trevon Walker, and that I might stick with that. Yeah, so he's very agile, great pass rushing ability to go with that, and yeah, his coverage skills, very, very good also. So I can understand it. I mean, the 40 time, but I think also you got to trust the on-field, and at his best, once again, I'm saying with the highlights, like, for example, if you take at his best, when you look at his best games, I think he can really be really, really dominant. So there's nothing to lose here, if you're the Eagles. It's just a 3rd-round pick at this point. So, I mean, this makes a lot of sense to me from all perspectives. So, I think you're good to go with that. The Steelers now on the clock, having, picked their QB. What can they do? They picked a receiver. Oh, that's right. They got George Pickens. That was a nice recovery. Pickens in there, about to make the selection. I'm saying they could go another tight end. I think center is probably gone. Let's see what else they get. What else? Caps. A corner. I'm saying corner. Oh no, they go DeMarco. From Texas A&M. They list him as a D tackle. I think he's gonna probably play that. I've seen him listed as an edge and a D lineman. I'm gonna list him, since they announced him as a D tackle. I'm gonna list him in their D line. So I'm gonna list him right above Montravius Adams. Alrighty, so that's a solid choice. They're kind of slowly rebounding because I didn't love the pick. Looking back, I maybe it is not the worst pick in the draft, but I didn't like it at the time. And I still don't love it. Just seeing how far the QBs fell, anyways, it's like, okay, so you picked a QB that I think is worse than QBs available, and we're currently basically 60 picks later than when you picked yours. So that's why I don't necessarily love it. The Patriots have their pick already in now. See what they're going to do. Probably pick a guy not on this board because that's, what the Patriots do, but it always, a lot of times it works out. Yeah, this is what the best players are on the board. So the defensive side has cleaned house, except for Leah Chanel, on the best players available. And on the left side, we have all the quarterbacks. I got Donnie Osmond out there now. And the choice is Marcus Jones. That's a good choice. I think is he on that? I think he might have made the list right now. Yeah, he was. He was the best corner available on the list here. So, I mean, great job there. Just keep crossing guys off the list. And then corner, I think I threw the possibility out earlier. As so Marcus Jones, I'm gonna slide him down there. Okay, here we go. Sliding him into the Patriots depth chart. So, okay. Marcus Jones off the board. Patriots. Solid pick. Okay. Let's see what. Okay, so let's see. So Steelers took Leo, and the Pats just took Marcus Jones. So, best available just keeps going down and down, which is great. Yes, just the QBs are like the outlier right now. And I just don't know if they're even going to get taken tonight. Honestly, Tennessee might make the most sense out of any team in the next 20 picks, because they not only could they use a future one for Tannehill, but in general they need a backup. Okay, so I'm confused. Did the Titans trade up for this pick? Yes, they did. So let's take a look at what they're working with. Yeah, I'm saying, this is a possibility. Hold up. Okay, I need to make sure the stream's on here. We're good. Okay, we are about to just break down Malik Willis. I'm going to spend some time because Malik Willis finally goes. Tennessee has the opportunity to take a QB, and they do. And this is phenomenal value at this point. This is great. He can sit behind Tannehill. I couldn't think of, wow. So now will the run start? We're going to find out. But let's update. I'm just getting everything ready. Just get ready for the show here. Okay, so there's the updated. So Malik Willis finally off the ball. Off the board. Here's the depth chart. Now you see him there. Let's really break it down, and let's talk about Malik Willis. Here, let me go like this, and let's break it down. So Malik Willis, finally off the board. He came in at, I believe it was my number 3 QB as a pure grade, but I would have taken him as the first QB in the draft because he has by far the highest upside. So if I was drafting, he would be the first QB I would take off the board. So with that, he is the first QB out of this bunch, but he's the third total. And I think that looking back, if put in the right opportunity, this guy could be a superstar. So, let's take a look at what he does well. It's his speed and his improvisation. He's a gamer, and I love that. I like guys that just go out there and just play the game. They just have natural instincts. You see guys like Kirk Cousins hit a ceiling because they're all processor. They don't really. He's not a gamer. He just kind of thinks about everything. Malik Willis is the opposite. And yeah, at some point that'll lead to some weird stuff, but he has just the ability to just make things happen in good ways. And he does great at throwing on the sideline too. I mean, that's kind of to sever it, but on the run, he can throw it on the sideline. Does a real good job. He can play hero ball at times, yes, and he will overthrow. But and you'll get some ducks. When you're out hunting, you'll get some ducks basically. When he's out trying to make a play, he's gonna throw some ducks. We're gonna see what the Cardinals do, but I'm about to see what the Cardinals do, and then we're gonna break down the film. So once again, he's my QB3. He's not gonna be I don't think he is Lamar Jackson straight up, but there's nobody even close to compare him to. He's a one of a kind, so it's he's the closest you can even get. So yeah, I even put it right in the bio. I'd take him over Kenny Pickett because you have the upside versus the potential, and then the Cardinals here, they take Cameron Thomas. I'm just gonna add that before I forget. But then we're going to take a look at the Malik Willis film because there's a lot to talk about and a lot to show. So here we go for the first time of the evening. Let's get the TV on. The laptop's just been sitting here for hours untouched. I might need I got to restart the laptop because, it took that long for a QB to get taken that we can really break down the film of. So here we go. To go to here, and we have this, and here we go. It's time to break it down. So, gamer, what Malik Willis is. You're going to see him step up, make a beautiful throw, down the field, and that's right in the bucket. Here, you're going to fake the run, and he runs himself. Just absolute explosiveness with the ball in his hands. You see the jump cut there. Even at the end, he's trying to do more. Here, he's going to take the snap, look to his right, moves to his left, and just runs around for a while. And then he eventually gets really close to a touchdown. He just can move. That's what he does. He's able to make things happen that I haven't seen another QB do. And he'll be very, very successful with time. So, okay, now we got the Cowboys saved in here. I'm going to update the best available. So, Tolbert's off the board, and Cam Thomas is off the board, and we're about to find out what the Bills are doing. There's so much just going on. And so that leaves the only non-QB that has been here the whole night on the best available board is Leo Chenal from Wisconsin. And that is it. Otherwise, okay, so that's the Titans. I mean, we can take a look at the Cardinals with Cam Thomas. Right there, he's going to slide in as a rotation player. I want to take a look at the Cowboys. So Jalen Tolbert, Jalen Tolbert is a one-trick pony. He's just a deep threat, but he does it very well. So for them, as a team that lost Amari Cooper and maybe just needs some more explosiveness, that works great. He's just that's all he does, but he does it well. So that's all fine by me. That's a solid choice. We're gonna see what the Bills do here. I'm gonna open their page also. Yeah. So okay, let's just save. So a lot just happened here, and I wonder if a team starts to jump up and think about a QB. I don't think so. I think it's determined. Teams like the Falcons, Seahawks, and Panthers are saying, okay, we're just going to bridge. So Terrell Bernard from Baylor, linebacker, and they did need a linebacker depth. I'm going to slide in here. So, yeah, I think that I don't think this will kick like a domino here, unfortunately, for the quarterbacks, but it does definitely set it so any team wanting Malik is gone. But here's the thing. The other teams had their opportunities, and I think eventually they will regret it. I also think just, for example, I guess the only team to say it for, but I wouldn't have picked Desmond Ridder over Malik Willis, and that's what happened. So, yeah, I mean, just crazy turn of events, really. But now we're going to have a drought for a while. I don't think a QB's getting picked. So the Raiders now also making a choice. Let's see what that is. Let's see what they do. Okay. Who did... Okay. Let's take a look at the Raiders. Okay, so this is going to be their first pick. We shall see what they do. Well, so let's also take a look at the top players available. Let me switch this back to best available. So, the right side, yes, it's just Leo Snow. And left side, we're down to 3 QBs that are kind of a tier above. That's what we're left with. So we're crossing the people off. And the pick is in for the Raiders. I think the thing is almost in sight of the last, you can almost see where the 4th round will start. So here we go. Making the announcement. Waiting for the choice. selection is... Oh. They showed a kid on the screen and he was not having it. He just was like... Yeah. Just can't comprehend because we don't know what's going to happen here. Let's go Raiders. What are you going to pick? Oh, okay. They're bringing Marcus Allen up. Dylan Parham, Memphis. Well, there he is right there. So I will take him off of the best available list. So we're really getting down on that list. I mean, let's go back to it's pretty much to end the night. We're getting all these guys off that we started with. So if you look in the broad range of we're the top 100 players picked in the top 100, or where did I even get to? Let me see what number I got to when I started. For example, I went off of I tried for this to use just a general board, so I used PFFs to give like a consensus kind of here for top players, so I didn't rank them in order. I just put them by position. And I got to, we got to around the 78. So if you were to say like the top 80 players, I think a lot of them got chosen. Okay, so who even? I'm gonna reopen this. Okay. So Dylan Parham is a selection for the Raiders. And already all around enter. And we are. And wow, I have news that the Bucks are taking Rashad White, a running back. So to me, this causes the end of Keyshawn Vaughn as a potential future running back there. I think that ship has sailed, no pun intended, with the Bucks. Interesting that he's the third running back off the board. The fourth. I forgot about James Cook there. James Cook definitely deserved it. That was a great pick by Buffalo for him to go there. He fits that really well. Opportunity to take that backfield. Yeah, I forget. There's so much content I'm excited to make because, I love the draft. And I have to admit, I'd love to in the future. I'm hoping next year, this was the busiest year I've ever had with schooling. And I think that it will hopefully decline next year. And so I can spend more time on it and really know the players even further. But what I will say is timing-wise, my most available time is the summer, and unfortunately that's mostly an off time for football. So something I really want to focus on this year is I still want to get content out. And so my goal is to, I think about I can start doing some fantasy videos perhaps, because those I know, that's previewing the season. And also, I think I want to get into the realm of film breakdowns again, but I think I'm going to bring it to the NFL level because I'm figuring out now the draft process. I'm still trying to master it on how many games should I watch per player, how much time can I spend per player. I don't have all day to watch. I have other things in my life that I have to dedicate time to, so I'm trying to figure out what the best balance is. So I think that this summer, my goal is to end up doing a lot of film breakdowns at the NFL level because I can kind of use those as previewing the next season. And then I think maybe some fantasy content will be in the mix also. So that's kind of my plan. And I think each year I do this, I'm getting better and more experienced at the draft and, finding new ways to learn. So I think that I'm really excited for the future of what it brings. For sure next year, I think it'll be good. So Yeah, yes, we are visibly in range of yeah, we can see the round 4 point now. So we are also nearing the 4 hour mark of the live stream. So it is I will tell you, it is enjoyable. It is fun. It is an experience that I don't think much else can give you. Um, Consistently talking with, because it is great experience though for what I really want to go into. Um, so I really think that it's just fun time here, just chatting with. It's great when I'm able to interact a little bit with the fans here, and thank you for your support, and I really appreciate that. So Rashad White for the Bucks. So they didn't bring back Ronald Jones, understandably. So that gives Giovanni Bernard, who got hurt at the end of last season, a better opportunity. But then this Rashad White bring in, Keyshawn Vaughn never really got a shot there. I'm not gonna lie. That was a weird pick a few years ago. It feels weird now because he just didn't get the opportunity. Barner's a special teamer. We'll see. There's a chance Keyshawn Vaughn gets cut. Okay, well, the Packers are on the clock. Let's see what they are up to. So they finally figured it out with Christian Watson. That was one of the best picks of the night, actually. Because I honestly was thinking they were going to take Christian Watson last night, and I think I did say Christian Watson would be the best fit out of the receivers that were available. So I applaud. I applaud that. Well, they really got Shaq West out there, so we got Sean Ryan from UCLA at tackle. So a nice swing tackle in their system. So we'll add that to their depth chart. I think they could have used a guard more, but I guess the value might be better at tackle. But I do think they could have used a guard more so, but we'll add him in there. And, okay, so let me get this back in. Let me just see if he played either position more than the other. He played exclusively left tackle, basically. A few snaps otherwise, but pretty exclusively left tackle. So he's going to be the swing guy. So now the Niners have their choice made. Let's see what they will do. So they've had Drake Jackson was their one choice so far in this draft. And they got the fan out there with the Kittle jersey. What are they going to do here? I think, honestly, they could use another tight end. I think the Charlie Warner pick hasn't necessarily done anything yet. Corner. They go with a running back. Okay, they apparently just love. I mean, yeah, the guys get hurt all the time. They got to keep it going. But Tyrion Davis Price. What is up with LSU and their hyphenated running back stuff? It was Edwards-Helaire a few years ago, and then Davis Price this year. Okay, so adding that in to the graphic. So here's the thing, though. There's so many things this year where I'm seeing just guys that, especially since it's only been a few years for me on the draft process, I know the players. Seeing guys all of a sudden that used to be when they got picked, oh, this guy could be the guy at that position. All of a sudden, it's 3 or 4 years have gone by and they just haven't had the opportunity, and now they won't because they just didn't. Like Jermichael Hasty, for example, right here. I think he's performed really well when given an opportunity, and now he's going to be 5th running back. I think another team could use him. I doubt that, because then they use a fullback too. So I'm saying I doubt they would keep all those. But it's stuff like that that's really peculiar, in my opinion. Now you have the Panthers trading up. I think this could be for a QB. I talked about this earlier, that if the Panthers were going to jump in there, they easily could do it because they didn't have a second rounder to use. And I think they really liked Willis, but I think they would have liked Willis. I don't know that for sure, but I think that would have made sense. But, that's obviously not happening there. So I wonder if they want to keep the Carolina guy in Carolina, maybe. Keep Howell local. Could be the move. I think that might be it. Like, I just don't see anything else. I mean, their interior line is okay, but not bad. I think this is going to be a QB. I think that's what they're doing it for. I think it's Howell. So then that would lead, or Corral. I forgot about Corral for a minute. Yeah, because I was going to say, I love Carson Strong as a player. I think, he's my number one QB. But realistically talking here, I don't think he's going to get picked tonight. Which is, 5 years from now, my take might look weird. They didn't get picked. Because unfortunately, if he doesn't get picked, I don't think, I should say if he doesn't get picked tonight, I doubt he'll ever get the opportunity, which is unfortunate because I truly think if you let Carson Strong out there, he'd be the best QB in this class. Actually, I should say long term, I think Malik Willis will be it, but from the best mix, Carson Strong right now, if you throw him, might even be better than Kenny Pickett, just straight up. I mean, I have him for number one for a reason. I'm wondering if that injury didn't happen, his hit didn't happen, if this would be a little different, or maybe the NFL does season differently then, but he's my QB1. Okay, so they got Ice Cube and Marshmallow performing. I won't be there to see it, but Las Vegas, they got everybody there. Okay, so 3, 6, 9. Okay, so 12 more picks. I'm saying one QB gets picked, and I think it's going to be right here. Otherwise, Detroit. Okay, here's my prediction. Carolina's going to go with Howell. Detroit's going to go with Corral. Nobody's going to go with Strong for tonight, unfortunately. Shock me, though. Somebody give Carson Strong a shot. And it's Carolina that goes with Corral. Okay, so here we go. It's time to bust out the film again and really break down this QB selection. So Corral is a high upside player that had one of the best games I ever saw on film and the worst, by far, I've ever seen as a QB. He had one of those games where it was like, what just happened? That was the worst performance I have ever seen. He had one of that games, too. So, let me get the Matt Corral stuff going here. So, Matt Corral is a redshirt junior, chose to declare this year. Only 23. Puts great numbers up statistically. I like his footwork really, really well. That's probably my favorite characteristic. He is mobile. He can move. Way good enough, in my opinion. He lacks the ball security. I mean, he will turn the ball over quite a bit, and whether that's mostly interceptions, a little bit of fumbles, but mostly interceptions. He can overthrow some passes and really just the hero ball. He's going to go out there and just try to win you the game, which I will take a majority of the time. I gave him a second round grade, and my comp was quick Jameis Winston. He's much faster, but I think like he's risky, but it makes sense. You have Sam Darnold, so by the end of the year, I think you'll be giving Corral a shot to play. So let's go ahead and turn it back over to the highlight reel, which, I have to restart the computer and TV again because it was a little bit of a time gap. But this should connect right on, easy on up here. So Matt Corral, we got the film here. Okay. Let's see if this loads, TV. Are you out there? Here we go. Okay. So Matt Corral, I called this highlight tape Joker. He's the Joker. Do not know what to expect. Here you have a beautiful spin out. It was not caught, but I absolutely love this ability to escape the pocket. And I think this is a beautifully thrown ball, just against Alabama. I mean, he just escapes it from Will Anderson, chucks it up. It's right on the money, and it might have got deflected, but it's a great pass. Here we have against Tennessee, deep down the field, beautifully placed, and it's dropped again. He dealt with this at Ole Miss this past season. There were, I think, his top 2 or 3 throws that I saw were drops. And, that's unfortunate, but that's just what happened. We also have here this next one. We're going to close it out with a run. Just showing his mobility, really. Going all the way down the field here. So he's at his best. He might be, at times, maybe even the best QB in the class available at times. But at other times, he is absolutely just a turnover machine. And that happens too. So we also just had Zachary Carter get picked for the Bengals. I'm going to fill that in quick. But yeah, so I like Corral. I actually think I grew on him throughout the process. And I think that he, for some reason, started getting... When I saw him, I had him higher than the consensus. Then I think people started to raise him back up and see, wait a second, yeah, at his best, he's a first-round player upside. Now, obviously, he ended up going third round. Now the Colts have their draft choice. So I like this. Okay, now we got the Colts. Let's figure out the Colts. So I like that choice from Carolina. And now the Colts on the clock. They open up there. And they go with Nick Cross from Maryland. Another guy on the board we can cross off on the available because he's no longer available. So, okay, go like this, down, and okay, so you'll see this now. We have Nick Cross on here. I'm also gonna update the availability board. We're coming down to, we only have we have a total of 9 players on this best available board, but only 3 now. We're down to 3 that were there at the beginning of the night. So, I mean, the guys are getting picked. It's just not as early or in the same order as you would perhaps expect. So we're down to Howell, Strong, and Chenal have been there a while. And otherwise, I don't know, we just kind of threw these names out there. So I think not really surprised by that. So yeah, I mean, this is quite a... Okay, so Detroit could be another spot for a QB. Let's see here. We got till, yeah, how many picks do we have left? So we have, I think we got like 10 or 11. So who is up? Okay, the Lions pick is in. Let's take a look at the Lions. I think you can hear that. Dang, somebody just was going fast on the motorcycle outside. So it's okay. Lions on the clock. Here we go. QB, I think Sam Howell would make a lot of sense actually right here. Or Carson Strong. I'm still believing in Carson Strong. Whatever, like I'm living on that hill. At the end of the day, that's one of my hot takes, bold takes. I truly think Carson Strong is the best QB in this class, and I will stand by that. I think that when given the opportunity, he's proven to be like a solid player. So, okay, the pick is in. I'm saying the Lions, the Jets, and the Jags are all making moves that I think could elevate them to a potential playoff team level. So, let's see what the Lions are going to do. Okay, so pick is in. Waiting for it. I think there's a chance on QB. Otherwise, what else could they even need? I mean, tight end depth, but they have Hawkinson. Honestly, like, this team is starting to look really good. Believe it or not. I guess linebacker. But, like I should say this. I don't think they're getting a starter with this pick. Which is something to say. Because, I think a lot of teams have spots where a third rounder, if picked in the right spot and the right value, could start. And I don't think that's the case here, which is great for them. Which is why I think I understand if they don't like a QB, just wait till next year. But I think they could go with Sam Howell. I'd like to see that. Okay. Here we go. Barry Sanders, greatest running back of all time. Don't at me. I'm kidding. Yeah, don't. Let's see. Yeah, I honestly do think Barry is the best running back of all time. And they go with Kirby Joseph from Illinois. That's gonna cross off another one off the list. Okay, so that's. I don't think he'll get in the rotation right away, but. Okay. Okay, so we have him added there then. And he was on the best available list, yep. Wow. So this best available list is pretty much almost checking completely off. There's no we're out basically. Besides the QBs, there isn't star players like absolute stars left out there. All these guys are like post top 50. There's not a top 50 guy besides maybe Howell or Strong left on the board. I think that's a I think that kind of proves though that it is a weaker class because there just isn't many. I got Chase Young. Kind of forgot about him for a minute because he missed the whole year last year and he's a great player. Okay, so the 98th pick for the Commanders. Here we go. And they go with a running back from Bama. Oh, come on, Washington. You do it again. You do it again. This hurts two guys that I like both of them. Why is this happening? Like 4 times tonight, teams pick a running back, and it just hurts the chances of a young player ever getting the ball. And I'm not even talking Antonio Gibson here, which is a huge L. For like fantasy purposes, Antonio Gibson would be like a bell cow. And it looked like it when J.D. McKissick agreed to go to Buffalo. And then he comes back, and so that takes all the pass-catching work away. And then I like Jarrett Patterson a lot. And I thought he should have been drafted last year. He was like a mini Adrian Peterson. And then he didn't go. He does get in the game last year, and he actually performs pretty well. And then now you just go out and get Brian Robinson, which is like a great player. And it's nothing against the player. It's the situation. It's like, you don't need a running back, but I guess apparently you do. I like seeing players succeed, and for both Robinson and the players already there, I would rather see them go somewhere else where they both can get opportunities to play. I'm shocked by the amount of running backs actually in this draft in general, to be honest. I'm pretty surprised because normally they aren't that valuable. Okay, so what are we working with? So now we got the Browns pick is in. Okay, so let's open up the Browns, see what they're doing. I am glad I've been keeping up with the stream depth charts while I'm doing it, because it just gets, there's so many guys that it's hard to remember who got picked where. And David Bell goes. Okay, I have a little bit of stuff on him, and I was thinking, well, I doubt he's getting picked, but no, we got it. David Bell, he's a playmaker with the ball in his hands. Pretty wide range of what people think of David Bell. Because, he had to take over for Rondale Moore. And so, I don't know if he's going to get a ton of... yeah, he could. I think this guy will be... He'll compete with David Schwartz. Anthony Schwartz. David Schwartz, is that a real person? I don't know. I just said David Bell. That's why. Anthony Schwartz and David Bell will compete for that last spot on like a starting, because I like Donovan Peoples-Jones. That was a steal of a pick a few years ago. So like good processor, knows how to move, and lower half quickness is for David Bell is what it is. He's able to move pretty. I like this pick. It's not a reach. It's pretty decent. So okay, so Cardinals, I think have their pick. We are just now they're just rolling. They're like, get us out of here. They're like, get the picks done. I mean, it's a lot more difficult to keep up with it. But I just closed the wrong one. Okay. And they go with Myjai Sanders. So they double up on edge, just like who was it that did that? The Falcons also did that. So we have 2 teams double edge, which is totally fine. This one makes less sense to me to double up on than the Falcons. The Falcons like legit needed a edge rusher, and honestly needed 2 to even have like a rosterable, like just a startable, but now this one I don't think makes as much sense. But they're preparing for the future, because the 3 guys they have above there are getting older, and you almost consider Kennard a linebacker. So I mean, yeah, they needed some depth, I guess. Okay, so the Jets are going to be on the clock again. The Jets have absolutely absolutely just performed amazing. I was a little confused by the Breece Hall pick today, but like solid. Like I guess as a player overall. And then we have Majay. Okay, so pick is in for the Jets. Okay. So, what do they need? They've figured out running back clearly now. Honestly, linebacker is what I'd say is left. Otherwise, I think this is a solid roster right now. I like what the Jets are doing. Could throw another dart at the board at tight end, but I feel like they doubled down in free agency. I think you're good there. So, I am thinking linebacker in this situation. Wow, we're really coming down to it. It's just the QBs that I'm a little surprised by. Yeah, I that's the only one I'm surprised. The only thing I'm kind of surprised by. Okay. So we wait for the Jets pick. I just don't know what they need. Because this team, they nailed the first round. The Breece Hall pick was fine. So, beyond that, let's see. I gotta check if the Timberwolves are doing anything. Let's see. Okay. I checked, but we're gonna wait till later. Okay, so I think the draft starts at 11 tomorrow, if I remember correctly. So if so, it begins at 11 o'clock my time. So I forget how long it goes tomorrow, but yeah, I will be live again at about 11 o'clock, and we'll be going for a while tomorrow. I think is gonna be a doozy of a lot of time. So if you're just chilling, on a Saturday, you don't have homework. You probably do, but if you'd rather be watching discussion about the NFL draft on a Saturday, which sounds like something you would do, then you should definitely just join the stream tomorrow. That sounds like a good idea. I can't guarantee it, but I might be able to just email anybody you need to contact for reasons of why you wouldn't be able to watch. Whoa, though, does it really go to 6 o'clock tomorrow? Was last year's a 7? I did this last year. This is why I'm trying to. Was last year's 7-hour stream? That seems crazy. If so, it went by really fast. Was last year's 7-hour? Holy cow! Yeah, it was. Last year we did a 7-hour, and I think I took a lunch break, and that was it. That was crazy. Wow, that didn't seem like 7 hours last year. And so they do go with the tight end. They do Jeremy Ruckert. So they just swing for the fences on tight end. I'm good with that. Okay, the Jets are just going all in. Fine by me. Okay, so they bring in Jeremy Ruckert, so they're gonna have some competition. Wesco's kind of a fullback, so okay, so only 4 more picks to go. Then we get some rest until 11 a.m. tomorrow, so 12 hours in between. And in those 12 hours, there will likely be some sleep and probably breakfast in there, I would imagine. And then, I don't know what else. Probably just some, write down some more info, data nuggets for tomorrow. And we'll have a good time. So, yeah, we got 4 picks left. Okay, the Dolphins pick is in. What do they have to do? Holy cow, it's their first pick. How many other teams are like this? It's got to be this. It's got to be the Dolphins, the Rams. Who else has not made a pick? I think it's the Dolphins, the Rams. I mean, that's got to be it at this point, I think. So I think we're checking off the final 2 teams that have not made a pick. Dolphins are about to make one. And so, yeah, so let's see what they need, because this is the first time we're talking about them. Ooh, what do they... This looks like a decent roster. I'm saying linebacker. Otherwise, safety. But besides that, this team is looking really good, actually. Yeah, this team is, solid. You finish out this defense, and you have just... they've given Tua everything he needs. This is the make or break it year for Tua, as long as he's healthy. Because, they gave him the weapons. They gave him the O-line. This is where he succeeds. And the selection is Channing Tindall from Georgia, linebacker. Good fit. Position of need, decent value. Solid choice. Okay, we are adding that. Boom. And now he is on the depth chart there. Alrighty. So, who did... The Jets just took Jimmy Ruckert. And then just had Jimmy Tindall. All these guys are getting picked, and they're, projected to go in this range. And so it's, no reaches and no steals. So it's kind of, in that way, predictable. The order of which the players are getting chosen is unpredictable, but the overall, tiers are still pretty accurate. And so we're going to be heading into tomorrow, and I think Howell and Strong. Which, yes, does that mean I nailed the thumbnail again? Okay, we got lucky. I've gotten lucky the last few days. I decided to put Pickett on the first day thumbnail, and he was the only one who got picked. I was happy about that. And then we had, I put Willis and Ritter, which is great. And so tomorrow I'm probably going to put Howell and Strong. And Leo Chenal finally goes. Well, that was going to be another candidate for the thumbnail, and that's not going to happen. Wow, the Chiefs just keep getting better. Solid choice. He was the last guy besides the QBs that were like, oh, wait a second, why is he not taken? So the Chiefs have really done holy cow, they've done a great job. The Brian Cook pick was okay, but besides that, they have absolutely nailed this. To get Karlaftis and Trent McDuffie, and then Sky Moore too, absolute steals. Phenomenal. Wow. Absolutely crazy. So with that being said, let's take Chanel off the available list, which is going to bring us down to, I think, a total of 7 total players on this thing. And only 2 have been there the whole night. That's Sam Howell and Carson Strong. That's it. Otherwise, tomorrow I have to start putting up like Caleb Ellaby and Bailey's app. Might have to start maybe being on the thumbnail. Rams are making their first pick of the draft. Congratulations, Rams. You win the Super Bowl, and you so it was all worth it. Even, it's like it's all worth it for that championship. Oh, but this is their first choice. This is their first one of the evening. And let's see what the pick is. Okay. Yeah, they're ready to make selection. Okay, so their first choice of the entire draft. So let's look at what they could potentially need because we just don't know. Corner they're lacking depth at. Linebacker really, really lacking. I think linebacker would make a lot of sense here. I think that would make the most sense to me. Go with a linebacker. Maybe corner, but I think linebacker. Okay, I'm trying to figure out. Haven't said it yet. And they go with a guard, Logan Bruss. Okay, so he might be a third guard in the rotation for them. It's what I think you're going to get out of there. I don't think he's going to start. Okay, let me add him to the graphic, and here we go. So that's what blue looks like in their thing, because that's their first choice. So Logan Bruss is their first choice, and Niners get to, wow, we're on the last pick of the, wow, that came fast at the end. Okay, so Niners are it. So let's figure out what they're going to do. Last pick. I'm saying a tight end behind Kittle. Maybe. They always I feel like they could take a receiver, especially that Debo. We don't know what's going to happen. Because if Debo goes down, I love Brandon Ayuk, but all the weight goes on his shoulders. I mean, Juwan Jennings I also liked, but he's not ready to be a 2, I don't think yet. And I don't like any of the free agents they signed at receiver, so I'd honestly maybe go receiver. Let's see. Okay, final pick. And they do go receiver, Danny Gray. Alrighty. So that's going to close it out. They go with Danny Gray. I'm going to put him, where am I going to slide him in? I'm going to slide him right behind Ray McLeod. So that is going to conclude the draft for tonight. So quite an eventful evening. Very surprised by the lack of quarterbacks for a long portion. And yeah, I was greatly shocked by that. Okay, I don't need to say this. But it ended up, Malik Willis to Tennessee in the 3rd round. I would not, if I was a betting man, I would not have placed it on that. That I know for sure. I would not have placed a bet that Malik Willis would get picked in the 3rd round by the Tennessee Titans. But phenomenal value for them. So really Sam Howell and Carson Strong are the only 2 players that I'm shocked are on the board. And honestly, I saw a world where Carson Strong for sure wasn't chosen yet. I'm a little surprised by Howell, but I'm not crazy shocked that Carson Strong sits here. I knew I have him higher than pretty much everybody else. So, I also think the teams that won yesterday won today, mostly. Teams like the Ravens that just sit and wait for the board to happen and the draft come to them. I think always do well like that if they just take best player. I think the Chiefs also, like we just looked at, kind of underratedly a very good draft. So I will be live again here tomorrow at 11 my time, Central Time, so 12 Eastern. That's when the draft starts. It's going to be, looks like a 7-hour stream. So I likely am going to need a lunch break in the middle at some point. But besides that, I'm hoping to go through the whole night. So like the whole day, really, into the night. So thank you for sticking on the stream this long, or whenever, if you're watching this somehow later. Just thank you for checking in for any amount of time. I really appreciate it. It's been a blast. You know, it's a lot goes into it, but it always is satisfying at the end, just having a fun time and getting to enjoy football. So thank you for tuning in, and I will see you